Chapter 39 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39, Old Man Lowry. I had marked his expressive physiognomy among my hearers in the little church in Sonora for some weeks before he made himself known to me. As I learned afterwards, he was weighing the young preacher in his critical balances. He had a shrewd Scotch face in which there was a mingling of keenness, benignity, and humor. His age might be 60, or it might be more. He was an old bachelor, and wide guesses were sometimes made as to the ages of that class of men. They may not live longer than married men, but they do not show the effects of life's wear and tear so early. He came to see us one evening. He fell in love with the mistress of the parsonage, just as he ought to have done, and we were charmed with the quaint old bachelor. There was a piquancy, a sharp flavor in his talk that was delightful. His aphorisms often crystallized a neglected truth in a form all his own. He was an original character. There was nothing commonplace about him. He had his own way of saying and doing everything. Society in the mines was limited in that day, and we felt that we had found a real treasure in this old man of unique mold. His visits were refreshing to us, and his plain-spoken criticisms were helpful to me. He had left the church because he did not agree with the preachers on some points of Christian ethics, and because they used tobacco. But he was unhappy on the outside, and finding that my views and habits did not happen to cross his peculiar notions, he came back. His religious experience was out of the common order. Bred a Calvinist of the good old Scotch Presbyterian type, he had swung away from that faith and was in danger of rushing into universalism or infidelity. That once famous and much-read little book, John Nelson's Journal, fell into his hands and changed his whole life. It led him to Christ and to the Methodists. He was a true spiritual child of the unflinching Yorkshire stonecutter. Like him, he despised halfway measures, and like him, he was aggressive in thought and action. What he liked, he loved, and what he disliked, he hated. Calvinism he abhorred, and he let no occasion pass for pouring into it hot shot of his scorn and wrath. One night I preached from the text, "Should it be according to thy mind?" "The first part of your sermon," he said to me as we passed out of the church, "distressed me greatly. For a full half-hour you preached straight-out Calvinism, and I thought you had ruined everything. But you had left a little slip-gap and crawled out at the last." His ideal of a minister of the gospel was Dr. Keener, whom he knew at New Orleans before coming to California. He was the first man I ever heard mention Dr. Keener's name for the episcopacy. There was much in common between them. If my eccentric California bachelor friend did not have as strong and cool a head, he had as brave and true a heart as the incisive and chivalrous Louisiana preacher upon whose head the mitre was placed by the suffrage of his brethren at Memphis in 1870. He became very active as a worker in the church. I made him class leader, and there have been few in that office who brought to its sacred duties as much spiritual insight, candor, and tenderness. At times his words flashed like diamonds, showing what the Bible can reveal to a solitary thinker who makes it his chief study day and night. When needful, he could apply caustic that burned to the very core of an error of opinion or of practice. He took a class in the Sunday school, and his freshness, acuteness, humor, and deep knowledge of the Scriptures made him far more than an ordinary teacher. A fine pocket Bible was offered as a prize to the scholar who should, in 3 months, memorize the greatest number of Scripture verses. The wisdom of such a contest is questionable to me now, but it was the fashion then, and I was too young and self-distrustful to set myself against the current in such matters. The contest was an exciting one. 2 boys, Robert A. and Jonathan R., and 1 girl, Annie P., leading all the school. Jonathan suddenly fell behind, and was soon distanced by his 2 competitors. Lowry, who was his teacher, asked him what was the reason of his sudden breakdown. The boy blushed and stammered out, "I didn't want to beat Annie." Robert won the prize, and the day came for its presentation. The house was full, and everybody was in a pleasant mood. After the prize had been presented in due form, and with a little flourish, Lowry arose, and producing a costly Bible in a few words telling how magnanimously and gallantly Jonathan had retired from the contest, presented it to the pleased and blushing boy. The boys and girls applauded California fashion, and the old man's face glowed with satisfaction. He had in him curiously mingled the elements of the Puritan and the Cavalier, the uncompromising persistency of the one, and the chivalrous impulse and open-handedness of the other. The old man had too many crotchets and too much combativeness to be popular. He spared no opinion or habit he did not like. He struck every angle within reach of him. In the state of society then existing in the mines, there were many things to vex his soul and keep him on the war-path. The miners looked upon him as a brave, good man, just a little daft. He worked a mining claim on Woods Creek, north of town, and lived alone in a tiny cabin on the hill above. That was the smallest of cabins, looking like a mere box from the trail, which wound through the flat below. Two little scrub oaks stood near it, under which he sat and read his Bible in leisure moments. There, above the world, he could commune with his own heart and with God undisturbed, and look down upon a race he half pitied and half despised. From the spot the eye took in a vast sweep of hill and dale. Bald Mountain, the most striking object in the near background, and beyond its dark, rugged mass the snowy summits of the Sierras, rising one above another like gigantic stair-steps leading up to the throne of the Eternal. This lonely height suited Lowry's strangely compounded nature. As a cynic, he looked down with contempt upon the petty life that seethed and frothed in the camps below. As a saint, he looked forth upon the wonders of God's handiwork around and above him. There was an intensity in all that he did. Passing his mining claim on horseback one day, I paused to look at him in his work. Clad in a blue flannel mining suit, he was digging as for life. The embankment of red dirt and gravel melted away rapidly before his vigorous strokes, and he seemed to feel a sort of fierce delight in his work. Pausing a moment, he looked up and saw me. "You dig as if you were in a hurry," I said. "Yes, I have been digging here 3 years. I have a notion that I have just so much of the earth to turn over before I am turned under," he replied with a sort of grim humor. He was still there when we visited Sonora in 1857. He invited us out to dinner, and we went. By skillful circling around the hill, we reached the little cabin on the summit with horse and buggy. The old man had made preparations for his expected guests. The floor of the cabin had been swept and its scanty store of furniture put to rights, and a dinner was cooking in and on the little stove. His lady guest insisted on helping in the preparation of the dinner, but was allowed to do nothing further than to arrange the dishes on the primitive table, which was set out under one of the little oaks in the yard. It was a miner's feast: canned fruits, canned vegetables, canned oysters, canned pickles, canned everything, nearly, with tea distilled from the Asiatic leaf by a recipe of his own. It was a hot day, and from the cloudless heavens the sun flooded the earth with his glory, and the shimmer of the sunshine was in the still air. We tried to be cheerful, but there was a pathos about the affair that touched us. He felt it, too. More than once there was a tear in his eye. At parting he kissed little Paul, and gave us his hand in silence. As we drove down the hill, he stood gazing after us with a look fixed and sad. The picture is still before me: the lonely old man, standing sad and silent, the little cabin, the rude dinner service under the oak, and the overarching sky. That was our last meeting. The next will be on the other side. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40, The California Politician. The California politician of the early days was plucky. He had to be so, for faint heart won no votes in those rough times. One of the marshals, Tom or Ned, I forget which, at the beginning of a stump speech one night in the mines, was interrupted by a storm of hisses and execrations from a turbulent crowd of fellows, many of whom were full of whiskey. He paused a moment, drew himself up to his full height, coolly took a pistol from his pocket, laid it on the stand before him, and said, "I have seen bigger crowds than this many a time. I want it to be fully understood that I came here to make a speech tonight, and I am going to do it, or else there will be a funeral or two." That touch took with that crowd. The one thing they all believed in was courage. Marshall made one of his grandest speeches, and at the close the delighted miners bore him in triumph from the rostrum. That was a curious exordium of Uncle Peter Meehan when he made his first stump speech at Sonora. "Fellow citizens, I was born an orphan at a very early period of my life." He was a candidate for supervisor, and the good-natured miners elected him triumphantly. He made a good supervisor, which is another proof that book learning and elegant rhetoric are not essential where there are integrity and native good sense. Uncle Peter never stole anything, and he was usually on the right side of all questions that claimed the attention of county fathers of Tuolumne. In the early days the Virginians, New Yorkers, and Tennesseans led in politics. Trained to the stump at home, the Virginians and Tennesseans were ready on all occasions to run a primary meeting, a convention, or a canvass. There was scarcely a mining camp in the state in which there was not a leading local politician from one or both of these states. The New Yorker understood all the inside management of party organization, and was up to all the smart tactics developed in the lively struggles of parties in the times when Whiggery and democracy fiercely fought for rule in the Empire State. Broderick was a New Yorker, trained by Tammany in its palmy days. He was a chief who rose from the ranks and ruled by force of will. Thick-set, strong-limbed, full-chested, with immense driving power in his back head, he was an athlete whose stalwart physique was of more value to him than the gift of eloquence or even the power of money. The sharpest lawyers and the richest money, kings alike, went down before this uncultured and moneyless man, who dominated the clans of San Francisco simply by right of his manhood. He was not without a sort of eloquence of his own. He spoke right to the point, and his words fell like the thud of a shillelagh or rang like the clash of steel. He dealt with the rough elements of politics in an exciting and turbulent period of California politics, and was more of a border chief than an Ivanhoe in his modes of warfare. He reached the United States Senate, and in his first speech in that august body he honored his manhood by an allusion to his father, a stonemason, whose hands, said Broderick, had helped to erect the very walls of the chamber in which he spoke. When a man gets as high as the United States Senate, there is less tax upon his magnanimity in acknowledging his humble origin than while he is lower down the ladder. You seldom hear a man boast how low he began until he is far up toward the summit of his ambition. 99 out of every 100 self-made men are at first more or less sensitive concerning their low birth. The 100th man who is not is a man indeed. Broderick's great rival was Gwin. The men were antipodes in everything except that they belonged to the same party. Gwin still lives, the most colossal figure in the history of California. He looks the man he is. Of immense frame, ruddy complexion, deep blue eyes that almost blaze when he is excited, rugged yet expressive features, a massive head crowned with a heavy suit of silver-white hair, he is marked by nature for leadership. Common men seem dwarfed in his presence. After he had dropped out of California politics for a while, a Sacramento hotel keeper expressed what many felt during a legislative session: "I find myself looking around for Gwin. I miss the chief." My first acquaintance with Dr. Gwin began with an incident that illustrates the man and the times. It was in 1856. The legislature was in session at Sacramento, and a United States Senator was to be elected. I was making a tentative movement towards starting a Southern Methodist newspaper, and visited Sacramento on that business. My friend, Major P.L. Solomon, was there, and took a friendly interest in my enterprise. He proposed to introduce me to the leading men of both parties, and I thankfully availed myself of his courtesy. Among the first to whom he presented me was a noted politician who, both before and since, has enjoyed a national notoriety, and who still lives, and is as ready as ever to talk or fight. His name I need not give. I presented to him my mission, and he seemed embarrassed. "I am with you, of course. My mother was a Methodist, and all my sympathies are with the Methodist Church. I am a Southern man in all my convictions and impulses, and I am a Southern Methodist in principle. But you see, sir, I am a candidate for a United States Senator, and sectional feeling is likely to enter into the contest, and if it were known that my name was on your list of subscribers, it might endanger my election." He squeezed my arm, told me he loved me and my church, said he would be happy to see me often, and so forth, but he did not give me his name. I left him, saying in my heart, "Here is a politician." Going on together in the corridor, we met Gwen. Solomon introduced me, and told him my business. "I am glad to know that you are going to start a Southern Methodist newspaper. No church can do without its organ. Put me down on your list and come with me, and I will make all these fellows subscribe. There is not much religion among them, I fear, but we will make them take the paper." This was said in a hearty and pleasant way, and he took me from man to man until I had gotten more than a dozen names, among them 2 or 3 of his most active political opponents. This incident exhibits the 2 types of the politician, and the 2 classes of men to be found in all communities, the one all blarney and selfishness, the other with real manhood redeeming poor human nature and saving it from utter contempt. The senatorial prize eluded the grasp of both aspirants, but the reader will not be at a loss to guess whose side I was on. Dr. Gwynn made a friend that day, and never lost him. It was this sort of fidelity to friends that, when fortune frowned on the grand old senator after the collapse at Appomattox, rallied thousands of true hearts to his side, among whom were those who had fought him in many a fierce political battle. Broderick and Gwynn were both, by a curious turn of political fortune, elected by the same legislature to the United States Senate. Broderick sleeps in Lone Mountain, and Gwynn still treads the stage of his former glory, a living monument of the days when California politics was half romance and half tragedy. The friend and protege of General Andrew Jackson, a member of the first Constitutional Convention of California, twice United States Senator, a prominent figure in the Civil War, the father of the great Pacific Railway, he is the front figure on the canvas of California history. Gwynn was succeeded by McDougall. What a man was he! His face was as classic as a Greek statue. It spoke the student and the scholar in every line. His hair was snow-white, his eyes bluish-gray, and his form sinewy and elastic. He went from Illinois with Baker and other men of genius, and soon won a high place at the bar of San Francisco. I heard it said by an eminent jurist that when McDougall had put his whole strength into the examination of a case, his side of it was exhausted. His reading was immense, his learning solid. His election was doubtless a surprise to himself as well as to the California public. The day before he left for Washington City, I met him in the street, and as we parted I held his hand a moment and said, "Your friends will watch your career with hope and with fear." He knew what I meant, and said quickly, "I understand you. You are afraid that I will yield to my weakness for strong drink, but you may be sure that I will play the man, and California shall have no cause to blush on my account." That was his fatal weakness. No one looking upon his pale, scholarly face and noting his faultlessly neat apparel and easy, graceful manners would have thought of such a thing. Yet he was I falter in writing it, a drunkard. At times he drank deeply and madly. When half intoxicated, he was almost as brilliant as Hamlet and as rollicking as Falstaff. It was said that even when fully drunk, his splendid intellect never entirely gave way. McDougall commands as much attention in the Senate when drunk as any other senator does when sober, said a congressman in Washington in 1866. It is said that his great speech on the question of confiscation at the beginning of the war was delivered when he was in a state of semi-intoxication. Be that as it may, it exhausted the whole question and settled the policy of the government. I never saw him again. For the first few months he wrote me often, and then his letters came at longer intervals, and then they ceased. And then the newspapers disclosed the shameful secret. California's brilliant senator was a drunkard. The temptations of the capital were too strong for him. He went down into the black waters a complete wreck. He returned to the old home of his boyhood in New Jersey to die. I learned that he was lucid and penitent at the last. They brought his body back to San Francisco to be buried, and when at his funeral the words, "I know that my Redeemer liveth," in clear soprano rang through the vaulted cathedral like a peal of triumph. I indulged the hope that the spirit of my gifted and fated friend had, through the mercy of the Friend of sinners, gone from his boyhood hills up to the hills of God. The typical California politician was Coffroth. The boys fondly called him Jim Coffroth. There was no surer sign of popularity than a popular abbreviation of this sort, unless it is a pet nickname. Coffroth was from Pennsylvania, where he had gained an inkling of politics and general literature. He gravitated into California politics by the law of his nature. He was born for this, having what a friend calls the gift of popularity. His presence was magnetic, his laugh was contagious, his enthusiasm was irresistible. No one ever thought of taking offense at Jim Coffroth. He could change his politics with impunity, without losing a friend. He never had a personal enemy, but I believe he only made that experiment once. He went off with the Know-Nothings in 1855, and was elected by them to the State Senate, and was called to preside over their State Convention. He hastened back to his old party associates, and at the first convention that met in his county on his return from the legislature, he rose and told them how lonesome he had felt while astray from the old fold, how glad he was to get back, and how humble he felt, concluding by advising all his late supporters to do as he had done, by taking a straight shoot for the old party. He ended amid a storm of applause, was reinstated at once, and was made president of the next Democratic State Convention. There he was in his glory. His tact and good humor were unbounded, and he held those hundreds of excitable and explosive men in the hollow of his hand. He would dismiss a dangerous motion with a witticism so apt that the mover himself would join in the laugh and give it up. His broad face in repose was that of a Quaker, at other times that of a Bacchus. There was a religious streak in this jolly partisan, and he published several poems that breathed the sweetest and loftiest religious sentiment. The newspapers were a little disposed to make a joke of these ebullitions of devotional feeling, but they now make the light that casts a gleam of brightness upon the background of his life. I take from an old volume of The Christian Spectator one of these poems as a literary curiosity. Every man lives two lives. The rollicking politician Jim Coffroth every Californian knew. The author of these lines was another man of the same name. Amid the silence of the night. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Psalm 121, verse 4. Amid the silence of the night, amid its lonely hours and dreary, when we close the aching sight, musing sadly, lorn and weary, trusting that tomorrow's light may reveal a day more cheery. Amid affliction's darker hour, when no hope beguiles our sadness, when death's hurtling tempests lower, and forever shroud our gladness, while grief's unrelenting power goads our stricken hearts to madness. When from friends beloved we're parted, and from scenes our spirits love, and are driven, broken-hearted, o'er a heartless world to rove, when the woes by which we've smarted vainly seek to melt or move. When we trust and are deluded, when we love and are denied, when the schemes o'er which we brooded burst like mist on mountain's side, and from every hope excluded, we in dark despair abide, then and ever God sustains us, He whose eye no slumber knows, who controls each throb that pains us, and in mercy sends our woes, and by love severe constrains us to avoid eternal throes. Happy he whose heart obeys him, lost and ruined who disown. Oh, if idols e'er displace him, tear them from his chosen throne. May our lives and language praise him, may our hearts be his alone. He took defeat with a good nature that robbed it of its sting, and made his political opponents half sorry for having beaten him. He was talked of for governor at one time, and he gave us a reason why he would like the office, that a great many of his friends were in the state prison, and he wanted to use the pardoning power in their behalf. This was a jest, of course, referring to the fact that as a lawyer much of his practice was in the criminal courts. He was never suspected of treachery or dishonor in public or private life. His very ambition was unselfish. He was always ready to sacrifice himself in a hopeless candidacy if he could thereby help his party or a friend. His good nature was tested once while presiding over a party convention at Sonora for the nomination of candidates for legislature and county offices. Among the delegates was the eccentric John Vallew, whose mind was a singular compound of shrewdness and flightiness, and was stored with the most out-of-the-way scraps of learning, philosophy, and poetry. Someone proposed Vallew's name as a candidate for the legislature. He rose to his feet with a clouded face, and in an angry voice said, "Mr. President, I am surprised and mortified. I have lived in this county more than 7 years, and I have never had any difficulty with my neighbors. I did not know that I had an enemy in the world. What have I done that it should be proposed to send me to the legislature? What reason has anyone to think I am that sort of a man? To think I should have come to this, to propose to send me to the legislature, when it is a notorious fact that you have never sent a man thither from this county who did not come back morally and pecuniarily ruined." The crowd saw the point and roared with laughter, Coffroth, who had served the previous session, joining heartily in the merriment. Vallew was excused. Coffroth died suddenly, and his destiny was transferred to another sphere. So there dropped out of California life a partisan without bitterness, a satirist without malice, a wit without a sting, the jolliest, freest, readiest man that ever faced a California audience on the hustings, the typical politician of California. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41, Bishop Kavanaugh in California. He came first in 1856. The Californians took to him at once. It was almost as good as a visit to the old home to see and hear this rosy-faced, benignant, and solid Kentuckian. His power and pathos in the pulpit were equaled by his humor and magnetic charm in the social circle. Many consciences were stirred. All hearts were won by him, and he holds them unto this day. We may hope, too, that many souls were won that will be stars in his crown of rejoicing in the day of Jesus Christ. In San Jose, his quality as a preacher was developed by an incident that excited no little popular interest. The Northern Methodist Conference was in session at that place, the venerable and saintly Bishop Scott presiding. Bishop Kavanaugh was invited to preach, and it so happened that he was to do so on the night following an appointment for Bishop Scott. The matter was talked of in the town, and not unnaturally a spirit of friendly rivalry was excited with regard to the approaching pulpit performances by the Northern and Southern bishops respectively. One enthusiastic but not pious Kentuckian offered to bet $100 that Kavanaugh would preach the better sermon. Of course, the two venerable men were unconscious of all this, and nothing of the kind was in their hearts. The church was thronged to hear Bishop Scott, and his humility, strong sense, deep earnestness, and holy emotion made a profound and happy impression on all present. The church was again crowded the next night. Among the audience were a considerable number of Southerners, wild fellows who were not often seen in such places, among them the enthusiastic Kentuckian already alluded to. Kavanaugh, after going through with the preliminary services, announced his text and began his discourse. He seemed not to be in good preaching mood. His wheels drove heavily. Skirmishing around and around, he seemed to be reconnoitering his subject, finding no salient point for attack. The look of eager expectation in the faces of the people gave way to one of puzzled and painful solicitude. The heads of the expectant Southerners drooped a little, and the betting Kentuckian betrayed his feelings by a lowering of the under jaw and sundry nervous twitchings of the muscles of his face. The good Bishop kept talking, but the wheels revolved slowly. It was a solemn and trying time to at least a portion of the audience, as the Bishop, with head bent over the Bible and his broad chest stooped, kept trying to coax a response from that obstinate text. It seemed a lost battle. At last a sudden flash of thought seemed to strike the speaker, irradiating his face and lifting his form as he gave it utterance, with a characteristic throwing back of his shoulders and upward sweep of his arms. Those present will never forget what followed. The afflatus of the true orator had at last fallen upon him. The mighty ship was launched and swept out to sea under full canvas. Old Kentucky was on her feet that night in San Jose. It was indescribable. Flashes of spiritual illumination, explosive bursts of eloquent declamation, sparkles of chastened wit, appeals of overwhelming intensity, followed like the thunder and lightning of a southern storm. The church seemed literally to rock. Amens burst from the electrified Methodists of all sorts. These were followed by hallelujahs on all sides, and when the sermon ended with a rapturous flight of imagination, half the congregation were on their feet, shaking hands, embracing one another, and shouting. In the tremendous religious impression made, criticism was not thought of. Even the betting Kentuckian showed by his heaving breast and tearful eyes how far he was borne out of the ordinary channels of his thought and feelings. The Bishop came to Sonora, where I was pastor, to preach to the miners. It was our second year in California, and the paternal element in his nature fell on us like a benediction. He preached 3 noble sermons to full houses in the little church on the red hillside, but his best discourses were spoken to the young preacher in the tiny parsonage. Catching the fire of the old polemics that led to the battles of the giants in the West, he went over the points of difference between the Arminian and Calvinistic schools of theology in a way that left a permanent deposit in a mind which was just then in its most receptive state. We felt very lonesome after he had left. It was like a touch of home to have him with us then, and in his presence we have had the feeling ever since. What a home will heaven be, where all such men will be gathered in one company. It was a warm day when he went down to take the stage for Mariposa. The vehicle seemed to be already full of passengers, mostly Mexicans and Chinamen. When the portly Bishop presented himself and essayed to enter, there were frowns and expressions of dissatisfaction. "Mucho malo!" exclaimed a dark-skinned senorita with flashing black eyes. "Make room in there. He's got to go," ordered the bluff stage driver in a peremptory tone. There were already 8 passengers inside, and the top of the coach was covered as thick as robins on a sumac bush. The Bishop mounted the step and surveyed the situation. The seat assigned him was between 2 Mexican women, and as he sunk into the apparently insufficient space, there was a look of consternation in their faces, and I was not surprised at it. But Scrooging in, the newcomer smiled and addressed first one and then another of his fellow passengers with so much friendly pleasantness of manner that the frowns cleared away from their faces, even the stolid, phlegmatic Chinaman brightening up with the contagious good humor of the big Melican man. When the driver cracked his whip and the spirited mustang struck off in the California gallop (the early Californians scorned any slower gait), everybody was smiling. Staging in California in those days was often an exciting business. There were opposition lines on most of the thoroughfares, and the driving was furious and reckless in the extreme. Accidents were strangely seldom when we consider the rate of speed, the nature of the roads, and the quantity of bad whiskey consumed by most of the drivers. Many of these drivers made it a practice to drink at every stopping place. 17 drinks were counted in one afternoon ride by one of these thirsty yahoos. The racing between the rival stages was exciting enough. Lashing the wiry little horses to full speed, there was but one thought, and that was to get in ahead. A driver named White upset his stage between Montezuma and Knight's Ferry on the Stanislaus, breaking his right leg above the knee. Fortunately, none of the passengers were seriously hurt, though some of them were a little bruised and frightened. The stage was righted, White resumed the reins, whipped his horses into a run, and, with his broken limb hanging loose, ran into town 10 minutes ahead of his rival, fainting as he was lifted from the seat. "Old man Holden told me to go in ahead or smash everything, and I made it!" exclaimed White, with professional pride. The Bishop was fortunate enough to escape with unbroken bones as he dashed from point to point over the California hills and valleys, though that heavy body of his was mightily shaken up on many occasions. He came to California on his second visit in 1863, when the war was raging. An incident occurred that gave him a very emphatic reminder that those were troublous times. He was at a camp meeting in the San Joaquin Valley near Linden, a place famous for gatherings of this sort. The Bishop was to preach at 11 o'clock, and a great crowd was there, full of high expectation. A stranger drove up just before the hour of service, a broad-shouldered man in blue clothes and wearing a glazed cap. He asked to see Bishop Kavanaugh privately. They retired to the preacher's tent, and the stranger said, "My name is Jackson, Colonel Jackson of the United States Army. I have a disagreeable duty to perform. By order of General McDowell, I am to place you under arrest and take you to San Francisco." "Can you wait until I preach my sermon?" asked the Bishop good-naturedly. "The people expect it, and I don't want to disappoint them if it can be helped." "How long will it take you?" "Well, I am a little uncertain when I get started, but I will try not to be too long." "Very well. Go on with your sermon, and if you have no objection, I will be one of your hearers." The secret was known only to the Bishop and his captor. The sermon was one of his best. The vast crowd of people were mightily moved, and the Colonel's eyes were not dry when it closed. After a prayer and a song and a collection, the Bishop stood up again before the people and said, "I have just received a message which makes it necessary for me to return to San Francisco immediately. I am sorry that I cannot remain longer and participate with you in the hallowed enjoyments of the occasion. The blessing of God be with you, my brethren and sisters." His manner was so bland and his tone so serene that nobody had the faintest suspicion as to what it was that called him away so suddenly. When he drove off with the stranger, the popular surmise was that it was a wedding or a funeral that called for such haste. There are two elements in human life that admit no delays. People must be buried, and they will be married. The Bishop reported to General Mason, Provost Marshal General, and was told to hold himself as in duress until further orders, and to be ready to appear at headquarters at short notice when called for. He was put on parole, as it were. He came down to San Jose and stirred my congregation with several of his powerful discourses. In the meantime, the arrest had gotten into the newspapers. Nothing that happens escapes the California journalists, and they have even been known to get hold of things that never happened at all. It seems that someone, in the shape of a man, had made an affidavit that Bishop Kavanaugh had come to the Pacific Coast as a secret agent of the Southern Confederacy to intrigue and recruit in its interest. 5 minutes' inquiry would have satisfied General McDowell of the silliness of such a charge, but it was in war times, and he did not stop to make the inquiry. In Kentucky, the good old bishop had the freedom of the whole land, coming and going without hindrance, but the fact was he had not been within the Confederate lines since the war began. To make such an accusation against him was the climax of absurdity. About 3 weeks after the date of his arrest, I was with the bishop one morning on our way to Judge Moore's beautiful country seat near San Jose, situated on the far-famed Alameda. The carriage was driven by a black man named Henry. Passing the post office, I found, addressed to the bishop in my care, a huge document bearing the official stamp of the provost marshal's office, San Francisco. He opened and read it, and as he did so, he brightened up, and turning to Henry, said, "Henry, were you ever a slave?" "Yes, sah, in Missouri," said Henry, showing his white teeth. "Did you ever get your free papers?" "Yes, sah, got 'em now." "Well, I have got mine. Let's shake hands." And the bishop and Henry had quite a handshaking over this mutual experience. Henry enjoyed it greatly, as his frequent chucklings evinced while the judge's fine bays were trotting along the Alameda. I linger on the word Alameda as I write it. It is at least one beneficent trace of the early Jesuit fathers who founded the San Jose and Santa Clara missions 100 years ago. They planted an avenue of willows the entire 3 miles, and in that rich, moist soil the trees have grown until their trunks are of enormous size, and their branches, overarching the highway with their dense shade, make a drive of unequaled beauty and pleasantness. The horse cars have now taken away much of its romance, but in the early days it was famous for moonlight drives and their concomitants and consequences. A long-limbed 4-year-old California colt gave me a romantic touch of a different sort nearly the last time I was on the Alameda, by running away with the buggy and breaking it and me almost to pieces. I am reminded of it by the pain in my crippled right shoulder as I write these lines in July 1881. But still I say, blessings on the memory of the fathers who planted the willows on the Alameda. An intimation was given the bishop that if he wanted the name of the false swearer who had caused him to be arrested, he could have it. "No, I don't want to know his name," said he. "It will do me no good to know it. May God pardon his sin, and I do, most heartily." A really strong preacher preaches a great many sermons, each of which the hearers claim to be the greatest sermon of his life. I have heard of at least a half-dozen "greatest sermons" by Bascom and Pierce and other noted pulpit orators. But I heard one sermon by Kavanaugh that was probably indeed his master effort. It had a history. When the bishop started to Oregon in 1863, I placed in his hands Bascom's lectures, which, strange to say, he had never read. Of these lectures, the elder Dr. Bond said, they would be the colossal pillars of Bascom's fame when his printed sermons were forgotten. Those lectures wonderfully anticipated the changing phases of the materialistic infidelity developed since his day, and applied to them the reductio ad absurdum with relentless and resistless power. On his return from Oregon, Kavanaugh met and presided over the annual conference at San Jose. One of his old friends, who was troubled with skeptical thoughts of the materialistic sort, requested him to preach a sermon for his special benefit. This request and the previous reading of the lectures directed his mind with intense earnestness to the topic suggested. The result was, as I shall always think, the sermon of a lifetime. The text was, "There is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth understanding." Job 32:8. That mighty discourse was a demonstration of the truth of the affirmation of the text. I will not attempt to reproduce it here, though many of its passages are still vivid in my memory. It tore to shreds the sophistries by which it was sought to sink immortal man to the level of the brutes that perish. It appealed to the consciousness of his hearers in red-hot logic that burned its way to the inmost depths of the coldest and hardest hearts. It scintillated now and then sparkles of wit like the illuminated edges of an advancing thundercloud. Borne on the wings of his imagination, whose mighty sweep took him beyond the bounds of earth, through whirling worlds and burning suns, he found the culmination of human destiny in the bosom of eternity, infinity, and God. The peroration was indescribable. The rapt audience reeled under it. Inspiration! The man of God was himself its demonstration, for the power of his word was not his own. I thank God that he sent me here this day to hear that sermon. I never heard anything like it, and I shall never forget it, nor cease to be thankful that I heard it, said the Reverend Dr. Charles Wadsworth of Philadelphia, the great Presbyterian preacher, a man of genius and a true prose poet, as anyone will concede after reading his published sermons. As he spoke, the tears were in his eyes, the muscles of his face quivering, and his chest heaving with irrepressible emotion. Nobody who heard that discourse will accuse me of too high coloring in this brief description of it. "Don't you wish you were a Kentuckian?" was the enthusiastic exclamation of a lady who brought from Kentucky a matchless wit and the culture of Science Hill Academy, which has blessed and brightened so many homes from the Ohio to the Sacramento. I think the Bishop was present on another occasion when the compliment he received was a left-handed one. It was at the Stone Church in Suisun Valley. The Bishop and a number of the most prominent ministers of the Pacific Conference were present at a Saturday morning preaching appointment. They had all been engaged in protracted labors, and, beginning with the Bishop, one after another declined to preach. The lot fell at last upon a boyish-looking brother of very small stature, who labored under the double disadvantage of being a very young preacher and of having been reared in the immediate vicinity. The people were disappointed and indignant when they saw the little fellow go into the pulpit. None showed their displeasure more plainly than Uncle Ben Brown, a somewhat eccentric old brother, who was one of the founders of that society and one of its best official members. He sat, as usual, on a front seat, his thick eyebrows fiercely knit, and his face wearing a heavy frown. He had expected to hear the Bishop, and this was what it had come to. He drew his shoulders sullenly down, and with his eyes bent upon the floor, nursed his wrath. The little preacher began his sermon, and soon astonished everybody by the energy with which he spoke. As he proceeded, the frown on Uncle Ben's face relaxed a little. At length he lifted his eyes and glanced at the speaker in surprise. He did not think it was in him. With abnormal fluency and force, the little preacher went on with the increasing sympathy of his audience, who were feeling the effects of a generous reaction in his favor. Uncle Ben, touched a little with honest obstinacy as he was, gradually relaxed in the sternness of his looks, straightened up by degrees until he sat upright facing the speaker in a sort of half-reluctant, pleased wonder. Just at the close of a specially vigorous burst of declamation, the old man exclaimed in a loud voice, "Bless God, he uses the weak things of this world to confound the mighty," casting around a triumphant glance at the Bishop and other preachers. This impromptu remark was more amusing to the hearers than helpful to the preacher, I fear, but it was a way the dear old brother had of speaking out in meeting. I must end this sketch. I have dipped my pen in my heart in writing it. The subject of it has been friend, brother, father to me since the day he looked in upon us in the little cabin on the hill in Sonora in 1855. When I greet him on the hills of heaven, he will not be sorry to be told that among the many in the far West to whom he was helpful was the writer of this imperfect sketch. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42, A Day. Ah, that blessed, blessed day! I had gone to the White Sulphur Springs in Napa Valley to get relief from the effects of the California poison oak. Gay deceiver! With its tender green and pink leaves, it looks as innocent and smiling as sin when it woos youth and ignorance. Like sin, it is found everywhere in that beautiful land. Many antidotes are used, but the only sure way of dealing with it is to keep away from it. Again, there is an analogy. It is easier to keep out of sin than to get out when caught. These soft, pure white sulphur waters work miracles of healing, and attract all sorts of people. The weary and broken-down man of business comes here to sleep and eat and rest; the woman of fashion to dress and flirt; the loudly dressed and heavily bejeweled gambler to ply his trade; happy bridal couples to have the world to themselves; successful and unsuccessful politicians to plan future triumphs or brood over defeats; pale and trembling invalids to seek healing or a brief respite from the grave; families escaping from the wind and fog of the bay to spend a few weeks where they can find sunshine and quiet. It is a little world in itself. The spot is every way beautiful, but its chief charm is its isolation. Though within a few hours' ride from San Francisco, and only 2 miles from a railroad station, you feel as if you were in the very heart of nature, and so you are. Winding along the banks of a sparkling stream, the mountains, great masses of leafy green, rise abruptly on either hand. The road bends this way and that until a sudden turn brings you to a little valley hemmed in all around by the giant hills. A bold, rocky projection just above the main hotel gives a touch of ruggedness and grandeur to the scene. How delicious the feeling of rest that comes over you at once! The world shut out, the hills around, and the sky above. It was in 1863, when the Civil War was at its white heat. Circumstances had given me undesired notoriety in that connection. I had been thrust into the very vortex of its passion, and my name made the rallying cry of opposing elements in California. The guns of Manassas, Cedar Mountain, and the Chickahominy were echoed in the foothills of the Sierras and in the peaceful valleys of the far-away Pacific coast. The good sense of a practical people prevented any flagrant outbreak on a large scale, but here and there a too ardent Southerner said or did something that gave him a few weeks or months' duress at Fort Alcatraz and the honors of a bloodless martyrdom. I was then living at North Beach, in full sight of that fortress. It was kindly suggested by several of my brother editors that it would be a good place for me. When, as my eyes swept over the bay in the early morning, the first sight that met my gaze were its rocky ramparts and bristling guns, the poet's line would come to mind: "'Tis distance lends enchantment to the view." I was just as near as I wanted to be. "I have good quarters for you," said the brave and courteous Captain McDougall, who was in command at the fort, "and knowing your penchant, I will let you have the freedom of a sunny corner of the island for fishing in good weather." He was a true gentleman. The name and image of another Federal officer rise before me as I write. It is that of the heroic soldier, General Wright, who went down with the brother Jonathan on the Oregon coast in 1865. He was in command of the Department of the Pacific during this stormy period of which I am speaking. I had never seen him, and I had no special desire to make his acquaintance. Somehow Fort Alcatraz had become associated with his name for reasons already intimated, but though unsought by me, an interview did take place. "It has come at last!" was my exclamation as I read the note left by an orderly in uniform notifying me that I was expected to report at the headquarters of the commanding general the next day at 10 o'clock. Conscious of my innocence of treason or any other crime against the government or society, my pugnacity was aroused by this summons. Before the hour set for my appearance at the military headquarters, I was ready for martyrdom or anything else, except Alcatraz. I didn't like that. The island was too small and too foggy and windy for my taste. I thought it best to obey the order I had received, and so punctually at the hour I repaired to the headquarters on Washington Street, and, ascending the steps with a firm tread and defiant feeling, I entered the room. General Mason, provost marshal, a scholar and polished gentleman, politely offered me a seat. "No, I prefer to stand," I said stiffly. "The General will see you in a few minutes," said he, resuming his work, while I stood nursing my indignation and sense of wrong. In a little while General Wright entered, a tall and striking figure, silver-haired, blue-eyed, ruddy-faced, with a mixture of the dash of the soldier and the benignity of a bishop. Declining also his cordial invitation to be seated, I stood and looked at him, still nursing defiance, and getting ready to wear a martyr's crown. The General spoke. "Did you know, sir, that I am perhaps the most attentive reader of your paper to be found in California?" "No, I was not aware that I had the honor of numbering the commanding general of this department among my readers." This was spoken with severe dignity. "A lot of hotheads have for some time been urging me to have you arrested on the ground that you are editing and publishing a disloyal newspaper. Not wishing to do any injustice to a fellow man, I have taken means every week to obtain a copy of your paper, the Pacific Methodist, and allow me to say, sir, that no paper has ever come into my family which is such a favorite with all of us." I bowed, feeling that the spirit of martyrdom was cooling within me. The General continued, "I have sent for you, sir, that I might say to you, go on in your present prudent and manly course, and while I command this department you are as safe as I am." There I stood, a whipped man, my pugnacity all gone, and the martyr's crown away out of my reach. I walked softly downstairs, after bidding the General an adieu in a manner in marked contrast to that in which I had greeted him at the beginning of the interview. Now that it was all over, and the ocean winds have wailed their dirges for him so many long years, I would pay a humble tribute to the memory of as brave and knightly a man as ever wore epaulets or fought under the stars and stripes. He was of the type of Sidney Johnston, who fell at Shiloh, and of McPherson, who fell at Kennesaw, both Californians, both Americans, true soldiers, who had a sword for the foe in fair fight in the open field, and a shield for woman, and for the non-combatant, the aged, the defenseless. They fought on different sides to settle forever a quarrel that was bequeathed to their generation, but their fame is the common inheritance of the American people. The reader is beginning to think I am digressing, but he will better understand what is to come after getting this glimpse of those stormy days in the '60s. The guests at the Springs were about equally divided in their sectional sympathies. The gentlemen were inclined to avoid all exciting discussions, but the ladies kept up a fire of small arms. When the mails came in and the latest news was read, comments were made with flashing eyes and flushed cheeks. The Sabbath morning dawned without a cloud. I awoke with the earliest song of the birds, and was out before the first rays of the sun had touched the mountain tops. The coolness was delicious, and the air was filled with the sweet odors of aromatic shrubs and flowers, with a hint of the pine forests and balsam thickets from the higher altitudes. Taking a breakfast solus, pocket Bible in hand, I bent my steps up the gorge, often crossing the brook that wound its way among the thickets, or sung its song at the foot of the great overhanging cliffs. A shining trout would now and then flash like a silver bar for a moment above the shaded pools. With light step a doe descending the mountain came upon me, and gazing at me a moment or two with its soft eyes, tripped away. In a narrow pass where the stream rippled over the pebbles between two great walls of rock, a spotted snake crossed my path, hurrying its movement in fright. Fear not, humble Ophidian, the war declared between thee and me in the 15th verse of the 3rd chapter of Genesis is suspended for this one day. Let no creature die today, but by the act of God. Here is the lake. How beautiful! How still! A landslide had dammed the stream where it flowed between steep, lofty banks, backing the waters over a little valley 3 or 4 acres in extent, shut in on all sides by the wooded hills, the highest of which rose from its northern margin. Here is my sanctuary, pulpit, choir, and altar. A gigantic pine had fallen into the lake, and its larger branches served to keep the trunk above the water as it lay parallel with the shore. Seated on its trunk, and shaded by some friendly willows that stretch their graceful branches above, the hours pass in a sort of subdued ecstasy of enjoyment. It is peace, the peace of God. No echo of the world's discords reaches me. The only sound I hear is the cooing of a turtle-dove away off in a distant gorge of the mountain. It floats down to me on the Sabbath air with a pathos as if it voiced the pity of heaven for the sorrows of a world of sin and pain and death. The shadows of the pines are reflected in the pellucid depths, and ever and anon the faintest hint of a breeze sighs among their branches overhead. The lake lies without a ripple below, except when from time to time a gleaming trout throws himself out of the water, and, falling with a splash, disturbs the glassy surface, the concentric circles showing where he went down. Sport on, ye shiny denizens of the deep! No angler shall cast his deceitful hook into your quiet haunts this day. Through the foliage of the overhanging boughs the blue sky is spread, a thin, fleecy cloud at times, floating slowly along like a watching angel, and casting a momentary shadow upon the watery mirror below. That sky, so deep and so solemn, woos me, lifts my thought till it touches the eternal. What mysteries of being lie beyond that sapphire sea? What wonders shall burst upon the vision when this mortal shall put on immortality? I open the book and read. Isaiah's burning song makes new music to my soul attuned. David's harp sounds a sweeter note. The words of Jesus stir to diviner depths. And when I read in the 21st chapter of Revelation the apocalyptic promise of the new heavens and the new earth, and of the new Jerusalem coming down from God out of heaven, a new glory seems to rest upon sky, mountain, forest, and lake, and my soul is flooded with a mighty joy. I am swimming in the infinite ocean. Not beyond that vast blue canopy is heaven. It is within my own ravished heart. Thus the hours pass, but I keep no note of their flight, and the evening shadows are on the water before I come back to myself and the world. O hallowed day, O hallowed spot! Foretaste and prophecy to the weary and burden-bowed soul of the new heavens and the new earth, where its blessed ideal shall be a more blessed reality. It is nearly dark when I get back to the hotel. Supper is over, but I am not hungry. I have feasted on the bread of angels. "Did you know there was quite a quarrel about you this morning?" asked one of the guests. The words jar. In answer to my look of inquiry, he proceeds: "There was a dispute about your holding a religious service at the picnic grounds. They made it a political matter. One party threatened to leave if you did preach. The other threatened to leave if you did not preach. There was quite an excitement about it until it was found that you were gone, and then everybody quieted down. There was a silence. I break it by telling them how I spent the day, and then they are very quiet. The next Sabbath, every soul at the place united in a request for religious service, the list headed by a high-spirited and brilliant Pennsylvania lady who had led the opposing forces the previous Sunday." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43, California Traits. Californians of the olden decades have never been surpassed in spontaneous, princely generosity. If a miner were killed by a cave or premature explosion, it took only a few hours to raise $500 or $1,000 for his widow. The veriest sot or tramp had only to get sick to be supplied with all that money could buy. There never was another people so open-handed to poverty, sickness, or the stranger. They were wild, wicked fellows, and made sad havoc of the greater part of the Decalogue. But if deeds of charity are put to the credit of the sinner, the recording angel smiled with inward joy as he put down many an item on the credit side of the eternal ledger. This trait distinguished all alike: saints and sinners, merchants and miners, gamblers and politicians, Jews and Gentiles, Yankees and Southerners, natives and foreigners. Here and there would be found a mean, close-fisted fellow who never responded to the appeals of that heavenly charity which kept the hearts of those feverish, excited, struggling men alive. But such a man was made to feel that he was an object of intense scorn. The hot-tempered adventurer who shot down his enemy in fair fight could be tolerated, but not the miserly wretch who hoarded the dollar needed to save a fellow man from want. Those Californians of the earlier days showed two traits in excess: a princely courage and a princely generosity, and their descendants will have in their traditions of them a source of inspiration that will serve to perpetuate among them a brave and generous manhood. A notable exhibition of this spontaneous and princely generosity in the Californians took place in 1867. The war had left the South decimated, broken, impoverished, a land of grief and of graves. Already in 1866 the gaunt specter of famine hovered over the fated South. The next year a general drought completed the catastrophe. The crops failed, there was no money, the war had stripped the Southern people of all but their lives and their land. It was a dark day. Starvation menaced hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children. A poor widow in Sonoma County, reading in the newspapers the account given of the suffering in the South, sent me $6.50, with a note saying that she had earned the money by taking in washing. She added that it was but a mite, but it would help a little, leaving it to my discretion to send it where it was most needed. Her modest note was published in the Christian Spectator, of which I was then editor. The publication of that little note was like touching a spark to dry prairie grass. The hearts of the Californians were ready for the good work, and the poor Sonoma widow showed them the way to do it. From all parts of the state money poured in, by hundreds, by thousands, by tens of thousands of dollars, until, directly and indirectly, over $90,000 in gold was sent to the various relief committees in Baltimore, Macon, Nashville, Richmond, and other cities. The transmission of all this money cost not a dollar. The express companies carried the coin free of charge. The bankers remitted all charges on exchange. All services were rendered gratuitously. The whole movement was carried out in true California style. A single incident will illustrate the spirit in which it was done. A week or two after the widow's note had been published, I had occasion to visit San Jose. It was Saturday, the great day for traffic in that flourishing inland city. The streets were thronged with vehicles and horses and men and women, sauntering, trading, talking, gazing. The great center of resort was the junction of Santa Clara and First Streets. As I was pushing my way through the dense mass of human beings at this point, I met Frank Stewart, filibuster, philosopher, mineralogist, and editor. "Wait here a moment," said Stewart to me. Springing into an empty express wagon, he cried, "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes," after the manner of auctioneers. A crowd gathered around him with inquiring looks. I stood looking on, wondering what he meant. "Fellow citizens," said Stewart, "while you are here enjoying prosperity and plenty, there is want in the homes of the South. Men, women, and children there are starving. They are our own countrymen, bone of our bone, and flesh of our flesh. We must send them help, and we must send it promptly. I tell you they are starving. In many homes this very night Hungry children will sob themselves to sleep without food. But yonder I see an old neighbor whom you all know," pointing to me. "He has recently visited the South, is in direct communication with it, and will be able to give us the facts in the case. Get up here where you can be seen and heard, and tell us what you know of the distress in the South." I attempted a retreat, but in vain. Almost before I knew it, they had me on the express wagon, talking to this crowd. It was a novel situation to me, and I felt awkward at first. The whole proceeding was a surprise. But there was sympathy and encouragement in the upturned faces of those Californians, and I soon felt at ease standing in my strange pulpit in the open air. My audience kept growing, the people deserting the street auctioneers, the stores, the saloons, and the sidewalks, and pressing close around the express wagon. After describing scenes I had witnessed, I was giving some details of the latest news from the distressed localities, when a dark-skinned, grave-looking little man pressed his way through the crowd and silently laid a $5 gold piece on the seat of the express wagon at my feet. Another, and another followed. Not a word was spoken, but strong breasts heaved with emotion, and many a bronzed cheek was wet. I could not go on with my speech, but broke down completely. Still the money poured in. It seemed as if every man in that vast throng had caught the feeling of the moment. Never, even in the consecrated temple, amid worshiping hundreds and pealing anthems and fervent prayers, have I felt that God was nearer than at that moment. At length there was a pause. Mr. Spring, the lively and good-natured auctioneer, rushed into his store across the street, and bringing out a gaily painted little cask of California wine, put it into my hand, saying, "Sell this for the benefit of the cause." This was indeed a new role for me. Taking the cask in my hands and lifting it up before the crowd, I asked, "Who will give me $5 for this cask of wine, the money to go to help the starving?" "I will," said a man from Ohio, standing directly in front of me, advancing and laying down the money as he spoke. "Who else will give $5 for it?" "I will," and "I," and "I," and "I." The responses came thick and fast, until the gallon cask of wine had brought in $85. The last purchaser, a tall, good-natured fellow from Maine, said to me as he turned and walked off, "Take the cask home with you and keep it as a memento of this day." The crowd scattered, and I gathered and counted the silver and gold that lay at my feet. It filled the canvas sack furnished by a friendly storekeeper, and ran high up into the hundreds. That was California, the California in which still lingered the spirit of the early days. I descended from my impromptu rostrum, invoking a benediction upon them and their children and their children's children, and it is re-echoing in my heart as I write these lines, thousands of miles away on the banks of the Cumberland in Tennessee. It ought to be added here that in this work of relief for the South, Northern men and women were not a whit behind those from the South. The first subscriber to the fund and the most active worker in its behalf in San Francisco was Thomas H. Selby, a New Yorker of noble and princely spirit, whose subsequent death robbed California of one of its richest jewels. I am glad to claim national kinship with such people. On the afternoon before Thanksgiving Day, in 1860-something, two little girls came into my office on Washington Street. One was a chubby, curly-headed little beauty, about 5 years old. The other was a crippled child, about 10, with a pale, suffering face and earnest, pleading blue eyes. She walked with crutches and was out of breath when she got to the top of the long, narrow staircase in the third story of Reese's building, where I dispensed copy for the printer and school law for the pedagogues in those days. The older girl handed me a note which she had brought in her thin, white hand. I opened the paper and read these words: "I am lying sick on Larkin Street, near Sacramento, and there is not a mouthful to eat nor a cent of money in the house." I recognized the signature as that of a man I had met at the Napa Springs 2 years before. He was then, as now, an invalid. I took my hat and cane and followed the children. It was painful work for the crippled girl, climbing the hill in the face of the heavy wind from the sea. Often she had to pause and rest a few moments, panting for breath and trembling from weakness. When we reached the house, which was a rickety shanty, partly buried in the sand, a hollow-eyed, hopeless-looking woman met us at the door. She had the dull, weary look of a woman worn out with care and the loss of rest. On a coarse bedstead lay the invalid. As soon as he saw me, he pulled the quilt over his head and gave way to his feelings. Looking around, I was shocked to see the utter absence of everything necessary to the comfort of a family. They had parted with every article that would bring a little money with which to buy food. Where the children, 5 in number, slept, I could not conceive. Making a short stay, I went forth to send them relief. A genial, red-bearded New Hampshire man kept a grocery and provision store on the corner of Jackson and Stockton streets. I liked him and sometimes patronized him. I gave him the address of the needy family and instructed him to send them everything they needed. Before sunset, a heavy-laden wagon deposited such stores of eatables at the Sandhills shanty as made the inmates thereof wonder. When the bill was presented, it was evident that he had not charged half price. I knew my man. The next day my purpose was to go to Calvary Church and hear a sermon from the brilliant Dr. Charles Wadsworth, with whom striking and eloquent Thanksgiving sermons had long been a specialty. On my way to church, I thought of the helpless family in the Sandhills, and I resolved to change my Thanksgiving program. The thought was suggested to my mind that I would go up one side of Montgomery Street and down the other, and ask every acquaintance I should happen to meet for a contribution to the family on Larkin Street. The day was lovely, and all San Francisco was on the streets. You must go to California to learn how delightful a November day can be. Before I had gone 2 squares, so much specie had been given to me that I found it necessary to get a sack to hold it. On the corner of California Street I came upon Colonel Eyre and a knot of other brokers, 10 in number, every one of whom gave me a $5 gold piece. By the time I had gotten back to my starting point, the canvas sack was full of gold and silver. I took it at once to Larkin Street. The sad, hollow-eyed woman met me at the door. I handed her the sack. She felt its weight and began to tremble, staggered to the bed, and, sinking upon it, burst into a fit of violent weeping. The reaction was too sudden for her, poor, worn creature. The sick man also cried, and the children cried, and I am not sure that my own eyes were dry. I left them very soon, and wended my way homeward to my cottage on the western edge of Russian Hill, above the sea. My Thanksgiving dinner was enjoyed that day. About 7 years afterwards, a man overtook me on the street in San Francisco, and grasping my hand warmly, called me by name. "Don't you know me? Don't you remember the man to whom you brought that money on Thanksgiving Day 7 years ago? I'm the man. That money made my fortune. I was able to obtain medicines and comforts which before I had not the means to buy. My mind was relieved of its load of anxiety. My health began to improve from that day, and now I am a well man, prosperous in business, and with as happy a family around me as there is on earth." What more he said as he held and pressed my hand need not be repeated. If we search for the cause of this California trait of character, perhaps it may be found in the fact that the early Californians were mostly adventurers. Please remember that this word has a good as well as a bad sense. Their own vicissitudes and wrestlings with fortune gave them a vivid realization of the feelings of a fellow man struggling with adversity. It was a great brotherhood of adventure, from whose fellowship no man was excluded. They would fight to the death over a disputed claim. They would too often make the strong hand the test of right. They gave their animal passions free play, and enacted bloody tragedies. But they never shut their purses against the distressed, nor turned a deaf ear to the voice of sorrow. Doubtless the ease and rapidity with which fortunes were made in the early days also contributed to produce this free-handedness. A man who made, or hoped to make, a fortune in a week did not stop to count the money he spent on his schemes, his passions, or his charities. Cases came to my knowledge in which princely fortunes were squandered by a week of debauch with cards, wine, and women. A sailor struck a pocket on Woods Creek and took out $40,000 in 2 days. He went into town, deposited the dust, drew several $1,000s in coin, and entered upon a debauch. In a day or two the coin was exhausted, the gamblers, saloon keepers, and bad women having divided it between them. Half crazed with drink, he called for his gold dust, and taking it to the Long Tom, he began to bet heavily against a faro bank. Staking handfuls of the shining dust, he alternately won and lost, until, becoming excited beyond control, he staked the entire sack of gold dust, valued at $28,000, on a single card, and lost, of course. He went to bed and slept off the fumes of his drunkenness, got money enough to take him to San Francisco, where he shipped as a common sailor on a vessel bound for Shanghai. He expressed no regret for the loss of his treasure, but boasted that he had a jolly time while it lasted. In Sonora there was a rough, whiskey-loving fellow named Bill Ford, who divided his time between gambling, drinking, and deer hunting. One day he took his rifle and sallied forth in search of venison. He wandered among the hills for several hours without finding any game. Reaching a projection of Bald Mountain, a few hundred yards below the summit, tired and hot, he threw himself on the ground to rest under the shade of a stunted tree. In an idle way he began to dig into the rotten quartz with his hunting knife, thinking such thoughts as would come into the mind of such a harum-scarum fellow under the circumstances. "What's this?" he suddenly exclaimed. "Hurrah! I have struck it! It's gold! It's gold!" And it was gold. Bill had struck a pocket, and a rich one. His deer hunt was a lucky one after all. Marking well the spot, he lost no time in getting back to Sonora, where he provided himself with a strong iron-bound water bucket, and then returned with his treasure, which amounted to $40,000. The pocket was exhausted. Though much labor and money were expended in the search, no more gold could be found there. Bill took his gold to town, and was the hero of the hour. Only one way of celebrating his good fortune occurred to his mind. He went on a big spree: whiskey, cards, etc. He was a quarrelsome and ugly fellow when drinking. The very next day he got into a fight at the City Hotel, and was shot dead, leaving the most of his bucketful of gold dust unspent. The time and manner of Bill's death was, in its result, the best thing known of his history. A strange thing happened. The money found its way to his mother in Pennsylvania, every dollar of it. Public sentiment aided the public administrator in doing his duty in this case. It was a common saying among the Californians in those days that when an estate was taken charge of by that functionary, the legal heirs had small show of getting any part of it. It is but just to say, however, that there was a latent moral sense among the Californians that never failed to condemn the faithless public servant. They did not take time to prosecute him, but they made him feel that he was despised. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44, Father Acolti. I first met him one day in 1857 in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Stopping at a sort of wayside inn near the summit to water my horse, a distinguished-looking man who stood by his buggy with a bucket in his hand saluted me. "Good morning, sir. You wish to water your horse? May I wait on you?" His manner would have melted in a moment a whole mountain of conventional ice, it was so cordial and so spontaneous. Disregarding my mild protest against being waited on by my senior, he filled the bucket from the sparkling fountain and gave it to the thirsty animal, still panting from the long climb up the mountainside. In the meantime, we had exchanged names and occupations. He, Father Acolti, a priest and teacher in the Jesuit college at Santa Clara, and I, the writer of these humble sketches. As he stood there before me, he looked like anything rather than a disciple of Ignatius Loyola. He was sturdy and fat, yet refined and graceful in appearance. His features were large, his head massive, his expression one of great benignity, illuminated with frequent flashes of good humor. There was also about him a something that suggested that he had suffered. I fell in love with Father Acolti on the spot. When he drove down the mountain on the one side and I on the other, it really seemed as if the grand redwoods had caught a friendlier look and the wild honeysuckles a richer fragrance from the sunny-faced old priest. The tone of human companionship wonderfully modifies the aspects of external nature. Father Acolti and I met often after this, on the highway, in the social circles of the lovely Santa Clara Valley, and especially in the abodes of sickness and poverty, I crossed his path. He seemed to have an instinct that guided him to the needy and the sorrowing. It is certain that the instinct of suffering souls led them to the presence of the old priest, whose face was so fatherly, whose voice was so gentle, whose eye melted so readily with pity, and whose hand was so quick to extend relief. There was a tinge of romance in Father Acolti's history, as it was told to me. He was an Italian of noble birth. A beautiful woman had given him her heart and hand, and before 1 year of wedded happiness had passed, she died. The young nobleman's earthly hope and ambition died with her. He sold his estates, visited her tomb for the last time, and then, renouncing the world, applied for admission into the mysterious order of the Society of Jesus, an organization whose history makes the most curious chapter in the record of modern religious conflict. Having served his novitiate, he was ready for work. His scientific attainments and tastes naturally drew him to the work of education, and doubtless he heartily responded to the command to repair to California as one of a corps of teachers who were to lay the foundations of an educational system for the Roman Catholic Church. But in reality the Jesuits had entered California nearly 90 years before, and laid the foundations upon which their successors are now building. The old mission churches, with their vineyards and orchards, are the monuments of their zeal and devotion. The California Digger Indians were the subjects of the missionary zeal of the early Jesuit fathers, and whether the defect was in the methods of the teachers or in the capabilities of their Indian neophytes, the effort to elevate these poor red brethren of ours to the plane of Christian civilization failed. They are still savages, and on the path to extinction. The Digger will become neither a citizen nor a Christian. In the conflict of vigorous races on the Pacific coast, he has no chance to survive. The Jesuits deserve credit for what they attempted in behalf of the Indians. We Protestants, who claim a purer faith and better methods, have as yet done but little to arrest the process of their extirpation, or elevate them in the scale of humanity. I fear we have been but too ready to conclude that these poor people are not included in the command to preach the gospel to every creature. The sight of a Digger Indian camp makes a heavy draft upon Christian faith, but did not Christ die for them? One fact in Father Acolti's history invested him with peculiar interest in the minds of the people. He was of noble blood. I do not know how many persons in the Santa Clara Valley whispered this secret to me as a fact of great importance. Democrats and Republicans, as they are in theory, no people on earth have in their secret hearts a profounder reverence for titles of nobility than the Americans. From Father Acolti himself, no hint of anything of the kind was ever heard. He never talked of himself, nor did I ever hear him mention his religious views, except in very general terms. It is said, and perhaps truly, that the Jesuits are all propagandists by profession, but this old priest made you forget that he was anything but a genial and loving old gentleman with fine manners and a magnetic presence. After my removal to San Francisco, he too was transferred to the metropolis and assigned to duty in connection with the Jesuit church and college on Market Street. Here again I found his tracks wherever I went among the poor and the miserable. Whether it was a dying foreigner in the sand hills, a young man without money hunting for work, a poor widow bewildered and helpless in her grief, a woman with a drunken husband and a house full of hungry children, a prisoner in the jail, or a sick man in the hospital, Father Acolti's hand was sure to be found in any scheme of relief. Meeting him on the street, you would catch a glow from his kind face and friendly voice, and in most instances leave him with a smile at some little pleasantry that rippled forth as he stood with his hand resting familiarly on your shoulder. He loved his little joke, but it was never at the expense of any human being, and his merriment never went farther than a smile that brightened all over his broad face. There was that about him that repelled the idea of boisterous mirth. The shadow of a great sorrow still lay in the background of his consciousness, shading and softening his sky, but not obscuring its light. As his step grew feebler and it became evident that his strength was failing, this shadow seemed to deepen. There was a wistful look in his eyes that spoke of a longing for Italy, for his buried love, or for heaven. There were tears in his eyes when we parted in the street for the last time, as he silently pressed my hand and walked slowly away. I was not surprised when the news reached me soon after that he was dead. I trust that our next meeting will be where no shadow shall dim the light that shines on us both. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45, California Weddings. If the histories connected with the California weddings that I have attended could be written out in full, what tragedies, comedies, and farces would excite the tears and smiles of the susceptible reader. Orange blossoms and pistols are mingled in the matrimonial retrospect. The sound of merry wedding bells, the wails of heartbroken grief, and the imprecations of desperate hate echo in the ear of memory as I begin this chapter on California weddings. Nothing else could give a better picture of the vanishing phases of the social life of California. But prudence and good taste restrain my pencil. Too many of the parties are still living, and the subject is too delicate to allow entire freedom of delineation. A guarded glance is all that may be allowed. No real names will be called. Mounted on Old Frank, one clear, bracing morning in 1856, I was galloping along the highway between Peppermint Gulch and Sonora, when I overtook a lawyer named G., who was noted for his irascible temper and too ready disposition to fight, but whose talents and energy had won for him a leading position at the bar. It was an exhilarating ride as we dashed on at a swinging pace, the cool breeze kissing our faces, the blue sky above, the surrounding hills softened by shadows at their bases, and glowing with sunshine on their tops. The reader who has never had a gallop among the foothills of California in clear weather has missed one of life's supremest pleasures. The air is electric, every nerve tingles, the blood seems turned to ether. You feel as you do when you fly in dreaming. It is not merely pleasure, it is ecstasy. But little was said by us. The pace was too rapid for conversation, and neither of us was in the mood for commonplaces. My fellow horseman's face, usually wearing half a sneer and half a frown, bore an expression I had never seen on it before. It was an expression of gentleness and thoughtfulness, and it became him so well that I found myself frequently turning to look at him. Suddenly reining in his horse, he cried to me, "Stop, parson, I have something to say to you." Checking Old Frank, I waited for him to come up with me. "Will you be at home tomorrow?" "Yes, I shall be at home." "Then come to this address at 1 o'clock, prepared to perform a marriage ceremony." Penciling the address on a slip of paper, he handed it to me, and we rode on, resuming the rapid gallop which was the only gait known to the early Californians. The next day I was punctual to the appointment. In the parlor of one of the coziest little cottages in the lower part of the city I found a number of lawyers and other well-known citizens, with several women. The room was tastefully decorated with flowers of exquisite odor. A beautiful little girl about 4 years old came into the apartment. Rich and tastefully dressed, perfectly formed, elastic and graceful in her movements, with dark eyes, brilliant and large, and cheeks glowing with health, she was a sweet picture of fresh and innocent childhood. She looked around upon the guests, shyly declining the caresses that were offered her. Taking a seat by one of the women, she sat silent and wondering. "Isn't she a perfect beauty?" said Dr. A., whose own subsequent marriage made a strange chapter in the social annals of the place. "Yes, she is a little queen, and I am glad for her sake that this affair is to come off," said another. In a few minutes G entered the room with a woman on his arm. She was fair and slender, with a weak mouth and nervous manner. Traces of tears were on her cheeks, but she was smiling. The company rose as I advanced to meet them, and remained standing while the solemn ceremony was being pronounced, which made them husband and wife. When the last words were said, they kissed each other, and then G, yielding to a sudden impulse, caught up the little girl in his arms and almost smothered her with passionate kisses. Not a word was spoken, but many eyes were wet. The guests were soon led into another room, in which a sumptuous repast was spread, and when I left, champagne corks were popping, and it was evident that the lately silent company had found their tongues. Toasts, songs, and speeches were said and sung in honor of the joyful event just consummated, the marriage of this couple, which ought to have taken place 5 years sooner. A little child had led the sinners back into the path from which, through passion and weakness, they had strayed. It was after 9 o'clock one night in the fall of the same year that, hearing a knock at the door, I opened it and found that my visitor was Edward C., a young man who was working a mining claim on Dragoon Gulch near town. "Annie B. and I intend to get married tonight, and we want you to perform the ceremony," he said, not waiting for ordinary salutations. "Isn't this a strange and sudden affair?" "Yes, it's a runaway match. Annie is under age, and her guardian will not give his consent." "If that is the case, you will have to go to somebody else. The law is plain, and I cannot violate it." "When you know all the facts, you will think differently." He then proceeded to give me the facts in the case, which briefly told were these. He and Annie B. loved each other, and had been engaged for several months, with the understanding that they were to be married when she should come of age. Annie had a few $1,000s in the hands of her brother-in-law, who was also her legal guardian. This brother-in-law had a brother, a drunken, gambling, worthless fellow, whom he wished Annie to marry. She loathed him, and repelled the proposition with indignation and scorn. The brother and brother-in-law persisted in urging the hateful suit, having, it was thought, fixed a covetous eye on Annie's convenient little patrimony. Force had even been used, and Annie was deprived of her liberty and locked in her room. Her repugnance to the fellow increased the more he tried to make himself agreeable to her. A stormy scene had taken place that day. "I will never marry him, never! I will die first!" Annie had exclaimed in a burst of passion at the close of a long altercation. "You are a foolish, undutiful girl, and will be made to do it," was the angry reply of the brother-in-law, as he turned the key in the door and closed the interview. Late that afternoon Annie was on the street with her sister, and meeting her lover, they arranged to be married at once. She went to the house of a friendly family, while he undertook to get a minister and make other preparations for the event. "This is the situation," said the expectant bridegroom. "The only way by which I can get the right to protect Annie is to marry her. If you will not perform the ceremony, we'll get a justice of the peace to do it. Annie shall never go back to that house. We intend to be married this night, come what may." I confess that I liked his spirit, and my sympathies responded to the appeal made to them. He seemed to read as much in my face, for he added in an offhand way, "Get your hat and come along. They are all waiting for you at D's." On reaching the house, I found that quite a little company of intimate friends had been summoned, and the diminutive sitting-room was crowded with men, women, and children. The bride was seated in the midst, a pretty, blue-eyed, fair-complexioned girl of 17. As I looked at her, I could not blame her lover for risking something for such a prize. Women were then at a premium in the mines, and such lovely specimens as Annie would have been in demand anywhere. She blushed and smiled at the rather rough jokes of the good-natured company present, and when she stood up with C to take the vows that were to unite them for life, they were a handsome and happy pair. The ceremony finished, the congratulations were hearty, the blushing bride having to stand a regular osculatory fire, according to the custom. Refreshments were then distributed, and seated on the bed, on chairs, stools, and boxes, drafted for the occasion, the delighted guests gave themselves up to social enjoyment. "What is that?" exclaimed a dozen voices at once, as the most terrific sounds burst forth all around the house, as if pandemonium had broken loose. The bride, whose nerves had already been under high tension all day, fainted, the women screamed, and the children yelled with fright. "It's only a charivari Anglis," said the tall, red-haired head of the family, grinning. "I was afraid the boys would find out what was going on." In the meantime, the discord raged outside. It seemed as if everything that could make a particularly unpleasant sound had been brought into service: tin pans, cracked horns, crippled drums, squeaking whistles, fiddles out of tune, accordions not in accord, bagpipes that seemed to know that they must do their worst, the whole culminating in the notes of a single human voice, the most vile and discordant ever heard. It was equally impossible not to be angry and not to laugh. The bridegroom, an excitable man of Celtic blood, taking the demonstration as an insult, threatened to shoot into the crowd of musicians, but was persuaded to adopt a milder course, namely, to treat. That was the law in the mines, and it was a bold man who would try to evade it. The only means of escape was utter secrecy, and somehow or other it is next to impossible to conceal an impending wedding. It is a sweet secret that the birds of the air will whisper, and it becomes the confidential possession of the entire community. Opening the door, C was greeted by a cheer, the music ceasing for a moment. "Come, boys, let's go to the Placer Hotel and take something," said he, forcing a cheerful tone. 3 cheers for the bridegroom and bride were proposed, and given with a will, and the party filed away in the darkness, their various instruments of discord emitting desultory farewell notes, the last heard being the tootings of a horn that seemed to possess a sort of ventriloquial quality, sounding as if it were blown underground. The brother-in-law made no objection to the wedding. Public opinion was too clearly against him. All went smoothly with the young married couple. It was a love match, and they were content in their little one-roomed cottage at the foot of the hill. When I last heard from them, they were living near the same spot, poor but happy, with a family of 11 children, ranging from a fair-haired girl of 19, the counterpart of Annie B. in 1856, to a chubby little Californian of 3 summers, who bears the image and takes the name of his father. While busily engaged one day in mailing the weekly issue of the Pacific Methodist at the office near the corner of Montgomery and Jackson Street, San Francisco, a dusty, unshaved man with a slouch hat came into the room. His manner was sheepish and awkward, and my first impression was that he wanted to borrow money. There is a peculiar manner about habitual borrowers, which is readily recognized after some experience with them. My visitor sat and toyed with his hat, making an occasional remark about the weather and other commonplaces. I answered affably and kept on writing. At length, with a great effort, he said, "Do you know anybody about here that can marry folks?" I answered in the affirmative. "Maybe you mought do it," he said inquiringly. I told him I thought I mought, being a minister of the gospel. "Well, come right along with me. The woman is waiting at the hotel, and there's no time to lose. The boat leaves at 2 o'clock." Seeing me making some adjustment of a disordered necktie, he said impatiently, "Don't wait to fix up. I tell you the boat leaves at 2 o'clock." I followed him to the Tremont House, and as we entered the parlor he said, "Get up, old lady. That thing can be put through now," addressing a very stout, middle-aged woman with a frowsy head sitting near a window. The lady addressed in this offhand way rose to her feet and took her place by the side of the not very bridegroomish gentleman who had been my conductor. "Do you not want any witnesses?" I asked. "We haven't time to wait for witnesses. The boat will leave at 2 o'clock," said the man. "Go on with your ceremony." I began the ceremony, she looking triumphant and defiant, and he subdued and despondent. There were 2 children in the room, a freckle-faced boy and a girl, the boy minus one eye, and their peculiar behavior attracted my attention. They kept circling around the bridal party, eyeing me curiously and resentfully, the one eye of the boy giving him a look both comic and sinister. The woman's responses were loud and strong, the man's feeble and low. Evidently he did not enjoy the occasion. He was marrying under inward protest. The landlord's explanation accounted for that, but it is withheld here. "What do you charge for that?" said the bridegroom, as I concluded the ceremony. I made some conventional remark about the pleasure of the occasion being an ample compensation, or words to that effect. In the meantime he had with some difficulty untied a well-worn buckskin purse, from which he took a $10 gold piece, which he tendered to me with the remark, "Will that do?" I took it. It would not have been respectful to decline. "You may go now," said the newly married man. "The boat will start at 2 o'clock, and we must be off." The whole transaction did not take more than 10 minutes. I trust the bridal party did not miss that boat. The one-eyed boy gave me a malevolent look as I started down the stairs. One day in 1869 a well-known public man came to my office and asked a private interview. Taking him into the rear room and closing the door, I invited him to unfold his errand. "There is trouble between my wife and me. The fact is, I have done wrong, and she has found it out. She is a good woman, but very peculiar, and if something is not done speedily, I fear she will become deranged. I am uneasy about her now. She says that nothing will satisfy her but for me to solemnly repeat in the presence of a minister of the gospel the marriage vows I have violated. I am willing to do anything I can to satisfy her. Will you name an hour for us to call at your office for the purpose of being remarried?" The suggestion is such a strange one that I must have a little time to consider it. Come back at 4 this afternoon, and I will give you an answer. I laid the case before a shrewd lawyer of my acquaintance, and asked his advice as to the legal effect. "Marry them, of course," said he at once. "The ceremony has no legal quality whatsoever, but it is the business of a clergyman to minister to a mind diseased, and it is your duty to comply with the unhappy woman's wish." The gentleman returned at 4, and I told him to come at 10 the next morning, promising to perform the wished-for ceremony. They came, punctual to the minute. Excluding a number of visitors, I locked my office door on the inside and gave my attention to the strange business before me. They both began to weep as I began solemnly to read the marriage service. What tender recollections of earlier and happier days crowded upon their minds I know not. Their emotions increased, and they were sobbing in each other's arms when I had finished. She was radiant through her tears, and he looked like a repenting sinner who had received absolution. The form for the celebration of the office of holy matrimony, as laid down in the ritual of my church, never sounded so exquisitely beautiful, nor seemed so impressive before. And when he put a $20 gold piece in my hand and departed, I thought remarriage might be wise and proper under such circumstances. I had the pleasure of officiating at the nuptials of a goodly number of my colored friends in San Francisco, from about 1857 to 1861. One of these occasions impressed me particularly. A venerable black man, who was a deacon in the Colored Baptist Church on DuPont Street, called at my office with a message requesting me to visit a certain number on Sacramento Street at a given hour for the purpose of uniting his brother and a colored lady in marriage. Remembering the crude old English couplet which says that when a wedding's in the case, all else must give place, I did not fail to be on time. The company were assembled in a large basement room of a substantial brick house. A dozen or 15 colored people were present, and several white ladies had gathered in the hall to witness the important ceremony. When the bridegroom and bride presented themselves, I was struck with their appearance. The bridegroom was a little old negro, not less than 70 years old, with very crooked legs, short forehead, and eyes scarcely larger than a pea, with a weird, varmint-like face, showing that it would not take many removes to trace his pedigree back to Guinea. The bride was a tall, well-formed young black woman, scarcely 20 years old, whose hair, or wool, was elaborately carded and arranged, and who wore a white dress with a large red rose in her bosom. The aged bridegroom scarcely reached her shoulders as she stood by him in gorgeous array. They made a ludicrous couple, and I observed a smile on the faces of the intelligent colored people standing around. He was the queerest bridegroom I had ever met, as he stood there, peering about him with those curious little eyes. The bride herself seems to take in the comic element of the occasion, for her fat face wore a broad grin. I began the ceremony, keeping down any tendency to unseemly levity by throwing extra emphasis and solemnity into my voice. This is a device to which others have resorted under similar circumstances. Mastering my risibles, I was proceeding with elevated voice and special emphasis, when the bridegroom, looking up at me with those little beads of eyes, broke in with this remark, chuckling as he spoke: "I ain't scared. I's been long here before." It was the first time that I ever broke down in a serious service. We all laughed, the bridegroom and bride joining in heartily, and the tittering did not subside until the ceremony was ended. Evidently the old sinner had a history. How often he had been married, after a fashion, it would have been hazardous to guess. No doubt he had been there before. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46, How the Money Came. It was in the early 70s. I was living on Bay Street, North Beach, San Francisco. Not long before, while driving on the Alameda, that beautiful avenue shaded by the wide branching willows planted by the first Jesuit fathers of San Jose and Santa Clara, for which good work I hereby give my humble thanks, I had met with an accident that nearly ended my earthly experiences. The long-limbed 4-year-old trotter, taking fright by the collision of a hind wheel of the buggy with a heavily loaded lumber wagon, plunged forward, tearing off the entangled wheel, and then, with a few frantic leaps, came a crash, and I found myself describing a circle in the air. When I came down, there was a blank in my recollection of events for I know not how long. When I regained my consciousness, a badly dislocated shoulder and many bruises and wrenches attested the combined effects of gravity, propulsion, and concussion on my corpus. I was taken to the house of my old friend P.T. McCabe, where Drs. Caldwell and Thorne adjusted the dislocation and mollified my bruises. Blessings on the memory of the master and mistress of that hospitable home, where true hospitality always smiled a welcome, and from which no needy man, woman, or child was ever turned away empty-handed. Long weeks of pain followed the accident. The surgeons of San Francisco even talked of amputation at the shoulder joint, doubtless a very interesting operation scientifically considered, but one that I felt I would rather read of than endure in person. I objected, the doctors desisted, and this sketch is penned with that same right arm, with an occasional twinge that reminds me of that ride and smash-up 20 years ago. I was just able to move about the house with my arm in a sling, walking softly and trying to exhibit the patience that I had so often commended to other persons. One day, as I stood looking out of the bay window upon the ever restless, ever changing sea, it suddenly occurred to me that on that very day I had to make a payment at the bank of $180, or serious trouble would result. The money was not at hand. I was unable to go down into the city to attend to that or any other business matter. There was nobody to send. The hour for the bank to close for the day would soon come. What could I do? To my inner ear a voice seemed to speak. "You profess to believe in prayer, so you have been teaching others for many years. Why not pray?" Heeding the voice still and small — this voice is always still and small — I sank into a chair, and bowing my head upon the window sill, prayed. A calm, indescribably sweet, came upon me. It was the answering touch. Whosoever hath felt it will understand. Lifting my head, I looked out, keeping my seat by the window. Across the flat between the end of the streetcar line and my house I observed a man and a woman walking slowly along as if they were conversing on some subject of mutual interest. When they reached the foot of the terrace, they turned and began to climb the steps that led up to our door. In answer to their ring, the servant opened to them, and in reply to their inquiry told them that I was at home, ushering them into the room where I was standing. "We are from Humboldt County," said the man. "By agreement we have met here in San Francisco to be married, and we want you to perform the ceremony." "Yes," said the lady, who was a rapid talker. "We are both strangers in the city, and when we left the Lick House a while ago to find a minister, we were at a loss, but your name suddenly came into my mind in connection with the recollection of some correspondence between us when you were superintendent of public instruction, and I was a teacher in the public school at Eureka. We agreed that if we could find you, we would like to have you marry us, and here we are." She was very pretty, and smiled very sweetly as she spoke. "Do you feel strong enough to go through with it?" asked the expectant bridegroom. A glance at the pretty schoolmarm's beaming face inspired me with fresh strength and resolution, and I replied that I thought I could go through with the ceremony, and I did, he looking triumphant and she radiant at the close. When the last words were said, declaring them to be man and wife together, in the name of the Holy Trinity, he thrust his hand into his pocket, and taking out what seemed to me a whole handful of gold, with something of a flourish, he handed it to me, saying, "Will that do? If not, there's plenty more where it came from." I told him that I thought it would do. In a few moments they left, as happy-looking a pair as I ever met. Restraining my curiosity until they had descended the first flight of steps, I then counted the marriage fee. There were just 10 $20 gold pieces, making the $180 that I needed, and $20 more for good measure. That was the way the money came. At the very time my name suddenly occurred to the mind of the pretty little school-teacher, I was bowed in prayer at the bay window at North Beach. Free agency is never overborne, but by the processes of memory, by suggestive touches and solicitations, it is moved upon by the Holy Spirit. A true prayer touches God, and he touches everything in the universe. If there is here a suggestion for some reader, he will know what it is. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47, Having Some Fun. The stage stopped to change horses on the road from Clear Lake to the coast. As I got out to stretch my cramped limbs, I noticed a group of rough-looking men across the way, watching the antics of a half-drunken young man with bushy red whiskers, mounted on a lean and sinewy California mustang, which was cavorting around in the style peculiar to that animal. The most of the men had drunk enough whiskey to bring out all their vulgarity, profanity, and devilishness. "Go it, Jim," said one. "You could ride the devil himself," said another, as the horse and rider went on with a performance that so excited their drunken admiration. Suddenly the animal, planting his forefeet firmly and stiffening himself all over, refused to move. It is the nature of a mustang to go when he wants to, and to stop when he chooses so to do. He generally has his own way when his mind is made up. This mustang had evidently made up his mind to stay where he was. Despite the energetic spurrings and furious oaths of his rider, he budged not. With those stiffened legs firmly set, and the white of his wicked eyes visible, he stood immovable. "Here, hold him a minute, boys," said the angry and inebriated horseman, "and we'll have some fun." Dismounting and giving the bridle to one of the group, he went into the bar-room and brought out a can of kerosene oil, which he proceeded to pour over the neck, breast, belly, flanks, and legs of the mustang. Then, remounting, he drew a match from his pocket, and igniting it by drawing it across his sleeve, he applied it to the animal's neck. Instantly the flames spread over the poor beast's body, and, maddened by the pain, it frantically leaped, reared, and plunged, the bystanders applauding and laughing with the idiocy and brutality of drunkenness. It was drunken human nature. Nothing lower nor more cruel exists this side of the bottomless pit, and it makes a hell wherever it is. The mustang in its agony at last reared on its hind feet perpendicularly, and then fell backward upon its rider, who, with the ready instinct of an habitual horseman, drew his feet from the stirrups as he fell. The next moment the mustang was up again, dashing down the road with stirrups dangling, smoking sides, and eyeballs flashing. The rider did not move. His neck was broken. The blank, open eyes stared into the calm, pitying heavens. The fun was over. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48, At the End. Among my acquaintances at San Jose in 1863 was a young Kentuckian who had come down from the mines in bad health. The exposure of mining life had been too severe for him. It took iron constitutions to stand all day in almost ice-cold water up to the waist, with a hot sun pouring down its burning rays upon the head and upper part of the body. Many a poor fellow sunk under it at once, and after a few days of fever and delirium was taken to the top of an adjacent hill and laid to rest by the hands of strangers. Others, crippled by rheumatic and neuralgic troubles, drifted into the hospitals of San Francisco, or turned their faces sadly toward the old homes which they had left with buoyant hopes and elastic footsteps. Others still, like this young Kentuckian, came down into the valleys with the hacking cough and hectic flush to make a vain struggle against the destroyer that had fastened upon their vitals, nursing often a vain hope of recovery to the very last. Ah, remorseless flatterer! As I write these lines, the images of your victims crowd before my vision, the strong men that grew weak and pale and thin, but fought to the last inch for life, the noble youths who were blighted just as they began to bloom, the beautiful maidens etherealized into almost more than mortal beauty by the breath of the death angel, as autumn leaves, touched by the breath of winter, blush with the beauty of decay. My young friend indulged no false hopes. He knew he was doomed to early death, and did not shrink from the thought. One day, as we were conversing in a store uptown, he said, "I know that I have at most but a few months to live, and I want to spend them in making preparation to die. You will oblige me by advising me what books to read. I want to get clear views of what I am to do, and then do it." It need scarcely be said that I most readily complied with his request, and that first and chiefly I advised him to consult the Bible as the light to his path and the lamp to his feet. Other books were suggested, and a word with regard to prayerful reading was given and kindly received. One day I went over to see my friend. Entering his room, I found him sitting by the fire with a table by his side, on which was lying a Bible. There was an unusual flush in his face, and his eye burned with unusual brightness. "How are you today?" I asked. "I am annoyed, sir. I am indignant," he said. "What is the matter?" "Mr. Blank, the Blank preacher, has just left me. He told me that my soul cannot be saved unless I perform 2 miracles. I must, he said, think of nothing but religion and be baptized by immersion. I am very weak and cannot fully control my mental action. My thoughts will wander in spite of myself. As to being put under the water, that would be immediate death. It would bring on a hemorrhage of the lungs and kill me." He leaned his head on the table and panted for breath, his thin chest heaving. I answered, "Mr. Blank is a good man, but narrow. He meant kindly in the foolish words he spoke to you. No man, sick or well, can so control the action of his mind as to force his thoughts wholly into one channel. I cannot do it, neither can any other man. God requires no such absurdity of you or anybody else. As to being immersed, that seems to be a physical impossibility, and he surely does not demand what is impossible. My friend, it really makes little difference what Mr. Blank says or what I say concerning this matter. What does God say?" I took up the Bible, and he turned a face upon me, expressing the most eager interest. The blessed book seemed to open of itself to the very words that were wanted. "Like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him. He knoweth our frame, and remembereth that we are dust. Ho, every eye that thirsteth, come ye to the waters." Glancing at him as I read, I was struck with the intensity of his look as he drank in every word. A traveler dying of thirst in the desert could not clutch a cup of cold water more eagerly than he grasped these tender words of the pitying Father in heaven. I read the words of Jesus, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Him that cometh unto me I will in no wise cast out." That is what God says to you, and these are the only conditions of acceptance. Nothing is said about anything but the desire of your heart and the purpose of your soul. Oh, my friend, these words are for you. The great truth flashed upon his mind and flooded it with light. He bent his head and wept. We knelt and prayed together, and when we rose from our knees, he said softly, as the tears stole down his face, "It is all right now. I see it clearly. I see it clearly." We quietly clasped hands and sat in silent sympathy. There was no need for words from me. God had spoken, and that was enough. Our hearts were singing together the song without words. "You have found peace at the cross. Let nothing disturb it," I said, as he pressed my hand at the door as we left. It never was disturbed. The days that had dragged so wearily and anxiously during the long, long months were now full of brightness. A subdued joy shone on his face, and his voice was low and tender as he spoke of the blessed change that had passed upon him. The book whose words had been light and life to him was often in his hand, or lay open on the little table in his room. He had never lost his hold upon the great truth he had grasped, nor abated in the fullness of his joy. I was with him the night he died. He knew the end was at hand, and the thought filled him with solemn joy. His eyes kindled, and his wasted features fairly blazed with rapture, as he said, holding my hand with both of his, "I am glad it will all soon be over. My peace has been unbroken since that morning when God sent you to me. I feel a strange, solemn joy at the thought that I shall soon know all." Before daybreak the great mystery was disclosed to him, and as he lay in his coffin next day, the smile that lingered on his lips suggested the thought that he had caught a hint of the secret while yet in the body. Among the casual hearers that now and then dropped in to hear a sermon in Sonora, in the early days of my ministry there, was a man who interested me particularly. He was at that time editing one of the papers of the town, which sparkled with the flashes of his versatile genius. He was a true Bohemian, who had seen many countries and knew life in almost all its phases. He had written a book of adventure which found many readers and admirers. An avowed skeptic, he was yet respectful in his allusions to sacred things, and I am sure his editorial notices of the pulpit efforts of a certain young preacher who had much to learn were more than just. He was a brilliant talker, with a vein of enthusiasm that was very delightful. His spirit was generous and frank, and I never heard from his lips an unkind word concerning any human being. Even his partisan editorials were free from the least tinge of asperity, and this is a supreme test of a sweet and courteous nature. In our talks he studiously evaded the one subject most interesting to me. With gentle and delicate skill, he parried all my attempts to introduce the subject of religion in our conversation. "I can't agree with you on that subject, and we will let it pass," he would say with a smile, and then he would start some other topic, and rattle on delightfully in his easy, rapid way. He could not stay long at a place, being a confirmed wanderer. He left Sonora, and I lost sight of him. Retaining a very kindly feeling for this gentle-spirited and pleasant adventurer, I was loath thus to lose all trace of him. Meeting a friend one day on J Street, in the city of Sacramento, he said, "Your old friend D is at the Golden Eagle Hotel. You ought to go and see him." I went at once. Ascending to the third story, I found his room, and knocking at the door, a feeble voice bade me enter. I was shocked at the spectacle that met my gaze. Propped in an armchair in the middle of the room, wasted to a skeleton, and of a ghastly pallor, sat the unhappy man. His eyes gleamed with an unnatural brightness, and his features wore a look of intense suffering. "You have come too late, sir," he said, before I had time to say a word. "You can do me no good now. I have been sitting in this chair 3 weeks. I could not live a minute in any other position. Hell could not be worse than the tortures I have suffered. I thank you for coming to see me, but you can do me no good. None, none." He paused, panting for breath, and then he continued in soliloquizing way, "I played the fool, making a joke of what was no joking matter. It is too late. I can neither think nor pray, if praying would do any good. I can only suffer, suffer, suffer." The painful interview soon ended. To every cheerful or hopeful suggestion which I made, he gave but one reply: "Too late." The unspeakable anguish of his look, as his eyes followed me to the door, haunted me for many a day, and the echo of his words, "Too late," lingered sadly upon my ear. When I saw the announcement of his death a few days afterwards, I asked myself the solemn question whether I had dealt faithfully with this light-hearted, gifted man when he was within my reach. His last look is before me now as I pencil these lines. John A. is dying over on the Potrero, and his family wants you to go over and see him. It was while I was pastor in San Francisco. A. was a member of my church, and lived on what was called the Potrero, in the southern part of the city beyond the Long Bridge. It was after night when I reached the little cottage on the slope above the bay. "He is dying and delirious," said a member of the family as I entered the room where the sick man lay. His wife, a woman of peculiar traits and great religious fervor, and a large number of children and grandchildren were gathered in the dying man's chamber and the adjoining rooms. The sick man, a man of large and powerful frame, was restlessly tossing and moving his limbs, muttering incoherent words, with now and then a burst of uncanny laughter. When shaken, he would open his eyes for an instant, make some meaningless ejaculation, and then they would close again. The wife was very anxious that he should have a lucid interval while I was there. "Oh, I cannot bear to have him die without a word of farewell and comfort," she said, weeping. The hours wore on, and the dying man's pulse showed that he was sinking steadily. Still he lay unconscious, moaning and gibbering, tossing from side to side as far as his failing strength permitted. His wife would stand and gaze at him a few moments, and then walk the floor in agony. "He can't last much longer," said a visitor, who felt his pulse and found it almost gone, while his breathing became more labored. We waited in silence. A thought seemed to strike the wife. Without saying a word, she climbed upon the bed, took her dying husband's head upon her lap, and bending close above his face, began to sing. It was a melody I had never heard before, low and sweet and quaint. The effect was weird and thrilling as the notes fell tremulously from the singer's lips in the hush of that dread hour of the night. Presently the dying man became more quiet, and before the song was finished he opened his eyes as a smile swept over his face, and as his glance fell on me I saw that he knew me. He called my name and looked up in the face that bent above his own, and kissed it. "Thank God!" his wife exclaimed, her hot tears falling on his face that wore a look of strange serenity. Then she half whispered to me, her face beaming with a softened light, "That old song was one we used to sing together when we were first married in Baltimore." On the stream of music and memory he had floated back to consciousness, called by the love whose instinct is deeper and truer than all the science and philosophy in the world. At dawn he died, his mind clear, the voice of prayer in his ears, and a look of rapture in his face. Dan W., whom I had known in the mines in the early days, had come to San Jose about the time my pastorate in the place began. He kept a meat market, and was a most genial, accommodating, and good-natured fellow. Everybody liked him, and he seemed to like everybody. His animal spirits were unfailing, and his face never revealed the least trace of worry or care. He took things easy, and never quarreled with his luck. Such men are always popular, and Dan was a general favorite, as the generous and honest fellow deserved to be. Hearing that he was very sick, I went to see him. I found him very low, but he greeted me with a smile. "How are you today, Dan?" I asked in the offhand way of the old times. "It is all up with me, I guess," he replied, pausing to get breath between the words. "The doctor says I can't get out of this. I must leave in a day or two." He spoke in a matter-of-fact way, indicating that he intended to take death as he had taken life, easy. "How do you feel about changing worlds, my old friend?" "I have no say in the matter. I've got to go, and that is all there is of it." That was all I ever got out of him. He told me he had not been to church for 10 years, as it was not in his line. He did not understand matters of that sort, he said, as his business was running a meat market. He intended no disrespect to me or to sacred things. This was his way of putting the matter in his simple-heartedness. "Shall I kneel here and pray with you?" I asked. "No, you needn't take the trouble, parson," he said gently. "You see, I've got to go, and that's all there is of it. I don't understand that sort of thing. It's not in my line, you see. I've been in the meat business." "Excuse me, my old friend, if I ask if you do not, as a dying man, have some thoughts about God and eternity?" "That's not in my line, and I couldn't do much thinking now, anyway. It's all right, parson. I've got to go, and old master will do right about it." Thus he died without a prayer and without a fear, and his case is left to the theologians who can understand it, and to the old master who will do right. I was called to see a lady who was dying at North Beach, San Francisco. Her history was a singularly sad one, illustrating in a startling manner the ups and downs of California life. From opulence to poverty, and from poverty to sorrow, and from sorrow to death, these were the acts in the drama, and the curtain was about to fall on the last. On a previous visit I had pointed the poor sufferer to the cross of Christ, and prayed at her bedside, leaving her calm and tearful. Her only daughter, a sweet, fresh girl of 18, had 2 years before betrothed herself to a young man from Oregon, who had come to San Francisco to study a profession. The mother had expressed a desire to see them married before her death, and I had been sent for to perform the ceremony. "She is unconscious, poor thing," said a lady who was in attendance, "and she will fail of her dearest wish." The dying mother lay with a flushed face, breathing painfully, with closed eyes, and moaning piteously. Suddenly her eyes opened, and she glanced inquiringly around the room. They understood her. The daughter and her betrothed were sent for. The mother's face brightened as they entered, and she turned to me and said in a faint voice, "Go on with the ceremony, or it will be too late for me. God bless you, darling," she added as the daughter bent down, sobbing, and kissed her. The bridal couple kneeled together by the bed of death, and the assembled friends stood around in solemn silence, while the beautiful formula of the church was repeated, the dying mother's eyes resting upon the kneeling daughter with an expression of unutterable tenderness. When the vows were taken that made them one, and their hands were clasped in token of plighted faith, she drew them both to her in a long embrace, and then almost instantly closed her eyes with a look of infinite restfulness, and never opened them again. Of the notable men I met in the mines in the early days, there was one who piqued and puzzled my curiosity. He had the face of a saint with the habits of a debauchee. His pale and student-like features were of the most classic mold, and their expression singularly winning, save when at times a cynical sneer would suddenly flash over them like a cloud shadow over a quiet landscape. He was a lawyer, and stood at the head of the bar. He was an orator whose silver voice and magnetic qualities often kindled the largest audiences into the wildest enthusiasm. Nature had denied him no gift of body or mind requisite to success in life, but there was a fatal weakness in his moral constitution. He was an inveterate gambler, his large professional earnings going into the coffers of the faro and monte dealers. His violations of good morals in other respects were flagrant. He worked hard by day and gave himself up to his vices at night. Public opinion was not very exacting in those days, and his failings were condoned by a people who respected force and pluck, and made no close inquiries into a man's private life, because it would have been no easy thing to find one who, on the score of innocence, was entitled to cast the first stone. Thus he lived from year to year, increasing his reputation as a lawyer of marked ability, and as a politician whose eloquence in every campaign was a tower of strength to his party. His fame spread until it filled the state, and his money still fed his vices. He never drank, and that cool, keen intellect never lost its balance, or failed him in any encounter on the hustings or at the bar. I often met him in public, but he never was known to go inside a church. Once, when in a street conversation I casually made some reference to religion, a look of displeasure passed over his face, and he abruptly left me. I was agreeably surprised when, on more than one occasion, he sent me a substantial token of goodwill, but I was never able to analyze the motive that prompted him to do so. This remembrance softens the feelings with which these lines are penciled. He went to San Francisco, but there was no change in his life. "It is the old story," said an acquaintance of whom I made inquiry concerning him. "He has a large and lucrative practice, and the gamblers get all he makes. He is getting gray, and he is failing a little. He is a strange being." It happened afterwards that his office and mine were in the same building and on the same floor. As we met on the stairs, he would nod to me and pass on. I noticed that he was indeed failing. He looked weary and sad, and the cold or defiant gleam in his steel-gray eyes was changed into a wistful and painful expression that was very pathetic. I did not dare to invade his reserve with any tender of sympathy. Joyless and hopeless as he might be, I felt instinctively that he would play out his drama alone. Perhaps this was a mistake on my part. He may have been hungry for the word I did not speak. God knows. I was not lacking in proper interest in his well-being, but I have since thought in such cases it is safest to speak. "What has become of B?" said my landlord one day as we met in the hall. "I have been here to see him several times and found his door locked, and his letters and newspapers have not been touched. There is something the matter, I fear." Instantly I felt somehow that there was a tragedy in the air, and I had a strange feeling of awe as I passed the door of B.'s room. A policeman was brought and the lock forced, and we went in. A sickening odor of chloroform filled the room. The sight that met our gaze made us shudder. He was lying across the bed, partly dressed, his head thrown back, his eyes staring upward, his limbs hanging loosely over the bedside. "Is he dead?" was asked in a whisper. "No," said the officer, with his finger on B.'s wrist. "He is not dead yet, but he will never wake out of this. He has been lying thus 2 or 3 days." A physician was sent for, and all possible efforts made to rouse him, but in vain. About sunset the pulse ceased to beat, and it was only a lump of lifeless clay that lay there so still and stark. This was his death. The mystery of his life went back beyond my knowledge of him, and will only be known at the Judgment Day. One of the gayest and brightest of all the young people gathered at a May Day picnic just across the bay from San Francisco was Ada D., the only daughter of a wealthy citizen, living in one of the lovely valleys beyond the coast range of mountains. Beautiful in person and sunny in temper, she was a favorite in all the circle of her associations. Though a petted child of fortune, she was not spoiled. Envy itself was changed into affection in the presence of a spirit so gentle, unassuming, and loving. Recently graduated from one of the best schools, her graces of character matched the brilliance of her pecuniary fortune. A few days after the May Day festival, as I was sitting in my office, a little before sunset, there was a knock at the door, and before I could answer, the messenger entered hastily, saying, "I want you to go with me at once to Amador Valley. Ada D. is dying, and wishes to be baptized. We just have time for the 6 o'clock boat to take us across the bay, where the carriage and horses are waiting for us. The distance is 30 miles, and we must run a race against death." We started at once. No minister of Jesus Christ hesitates to obey a summons like that. We reached the boat while the last taps of the last bell were being given, and were soon at the landing on the opposite side of the bay. Springing ashore, we entered the vehicle, which was in readiness. Grasping the reins, my companion touched up the spirited team, and we struck across the valley. My driver was an old Californian, skilled in all horsecraft and roadcraft. He spoke no word, putting his soul and body into his work, determined, as he had said, to make the 30 miles by 9 o'clock. There was no abatement of speed after we struck the hills. What was lost in going up was gained in going down. The mettle of those California-bred horses was wonderful. The quick beating of their hoofs upon the graveled roads was as regular as the motion of machinery steam-driven. It was an exciting ride, and there was a weirdness in the sound of the night breeze floating by us, and ghostly shapes seemed looking at us from above and below as we wound our way through the hills, while the bright stars shone like funeral tapers over a world of death. Death! How vivid and awful was its reality to me as I looked up at those shining worlds on high, and then upon the earth wrapped in darkness below. Death! His sable coursers are swift, and we may be too late. The driver shared my thoughts, and lashed the panting horses to yet greater speed. My pulses beat rapidly as I counted the moments. "Here we are!" he exclaimed as we dashed down the hill and brought up at the gate. "It is 8 minutes to 9, he added, glancing at his watch by the lamplight shining through the window. "She is alive, but speechless and going fast," said the father in a broken voice as I entered the house. He led me to the chamber of the dying girl. The seal of death was upon her. I bent above her, and a look of recognition came into her eyes. Not a moment was to be lost. "If you know me, my child, and can enter into the meaning of what I say, indicate the fact." There was a faint smile, and a slight but significant inclination of the fair head as it lay enveloped with its wealth of chestnut curls. With her hands folded on her breast and her eyes turned upward, the dying girl lay in a listening attitude, while in a few words I explained the meaning of the sacred rite, and pointed her to the Lamb of God as the one sacrifice for sin. The family stood round the bed in awed and tearful silence. As the crystal sacramental drops fell upon her brow, a smile flashed quickly over the pale face, there was a slight movement of the head, and she was gone. The upward look continued, and the smile never left the fair, sweet face. We fell upon our knees, and the prayer that followed was not for her, but for the bleeding hearts around the couch where she lay smiling in death. Dave Douglas was one of that circle of Tennesseans who took prominent parts in the early history of California. He belonged to the Sumner County Douglases of Tennessee, and had the family warmth of heart, impulsiveness, and courage that nothing could daunt. In all the political contests of the early days he took an active part, and was regarded as an unflinching and unselfish partisan by his own party, and as an open-hearted and generous antagonist by the other. He was elected Secretary of State, and served the people with fidelity and efficiency. He was a man of powerful physical frame, deep-chested, ruddy-faced, blue-eyed, with just enough shagginess of eyebrows and heaviness of the under jaw to indicate the indomitable pluck which was so strong an element in his character. He was a true Douglas, as brave and true as any of the name that ever wore the kilt or swung a claymore in the land of Bruce. His was a famous Methodist family in Tennessee, and though he knew more of politics than piety, he was a good friend to the church, and had regular preaching in the schoolhouse near his farm on the Calaveras River. All the itinerants that traveled that circuit knew Douglas's schoolhouse as an appointment, and shared liberally in the hospitality and purse of the General. That was his title. "Never give up the fight," he said to me, with flashing eyes, the last time I met him in Stockton, pressing my hand with a warm clasp. It was while I was engaged in the effort to build a church in that place, and I had been telling him of the difficulties I had met in the work. That word and hand clasp helped me. He was taken sick soon after. The disease had taken too strong a grasp upon him to be broken. He fought bravely a losing battle for several days. Sunday morning came, a bright, balmy day. It was in the early summer. The cloudless sky was deep blue. The sunbeams sparkled on the bosom of the Calaveras. The birds were singing in the trees, and the perfume of the flowers filled the air and floated in through the open window to where the strong man lay dying. He had been affected with the delirium of fever during most of his sickness, but that was past, and he was facing death with an unclouded mind. "I think I am dying," he said, half inquiringly. "Yes. Is there anything we can do for you?" His eyes closed for a few moments, and his lips moved as if in prayer. Opening his eyes, he said, "Sing one of those old camp-meeting songs." A preacher present struck up the hymn, "Show pity, Lord, O Lord, forgive." The dying man, composed to rest, lay with folded hands and listened with shortening breath and a rapt face, and thus he died, the words and the melody that had touched his boyish heart among the far-off hills of Tennessee being the last sounds that fell upon his dying ear. We may hope that on that old camp-meeting song was wafted the prayer and trust of a penitent soul receiving the kingdom of heaven as a little child. During my pastorate in Santa Rosa, one of my occasional hearers was John I. He was deputy sheriff of Sonoma County, and was noted for his quiet and determined courage. He was a man of few words, but the most reckless desperado knew that he could not be trifled with. When there was an arrest to be made that involved special peril, this reticent, low-voiced man was usually entrusted with the undertaking. He was of the good old primitive Baptist stock from Caswell County, North Carolina, and had a lingering fondness for the peculiar views of that people. He had a weakness for strong drink that gave him trouble at times, but nobody doubted his integrity any more than they doubted his courage. His wife was an earnest Methodist, one of a family of sisters remarkable for their excellent sense and strong religious character. Meeting him one day just before my return to San Francisco, he said, "I am sorry you are going to leave Santa Rosa. You understand me, and if anybody can do me any good, you are the man." There was a tremor in his voice as he spoke, and he held my hand in a lingering grasp. Yes, I knew him. I had seen him at church on more than one occasion, with compressed lips struggling to conceal the strong emotion he felt, sometimes hastily wiping away an unbidden tear. The preacher, when his own soul is aglow and his sympathies all awakened and drawn out towards his hearer, is almost clairvoyant at times in his perception of their inner thoughts. I understood this man, though no disclosure had been made to me in words. I read his eye, and marked the wistful and anxious look that came over his face when his conscience was touched and his heart moved. Yes, I knew him, for my sympathy had made me responsive, and his words, spoken sadly, thrilled me and rolled upon my spirit the burden of a soul. His health, which had been broken by hardships and careless living, began to decline more rapidly. I heard that he had expressed a desire to see me, and made no delay in going to see him. I found him in bed, and much wasted. "I am glad you have come. I have been wanting to see you," he said, taking my hand. "I have been thinking of my duty to God for a good while, and have felt more than anybody has suspected. I want to do what I can and ought to do. You have made this matter a study, and you ought to understand it. I want you to help me." We had many interviews, and I did what I could to guide a penitent sinner to the sinner's friend. He was indeed a penitent sinner, shut out from the world and shut in with God. The merciful Father was speaking to his soul, and all its depths were stirred. The patient, praying wife had a wistful look in her eyes as I came out of his room, and I knew her thought. God was leading him, and he was receptive of the truth that saves. He had one difficulty. "I hate meanness, or anything that looks like it. It does look mean for me to turn to religion now that I am sick, after being so neglectful and wicked when I was well." That thought is natural to a manly soul, but there is a snare in it. You are thinking what others may say, and your pride is touched. You are dealing with God only. Ask only what will please him. The time for a man to do his duty is when he sees it and feels the obligation. Let the past go. You cannot undo it, but it may be forgiven. The present and an eternal future are yours, my friend. Do what will please God, and all will be right. The still waters were reached, and his soul lay at rest in the arms of God. Oh, sweet, sweet rest, infinitely sweet to the spirit long tossed upon the stormy sea of sin and remorse. O peace of God, the inflow into a human heart of the very life of the Lord. It is the hidden mystery of love divine, whispered to the listening ear of faith. It had come to him by its own law when he was ready to receive it. The great change had come. It looked out from his eyes and beamed from his face. He was baptized at night. The family had gathered in the room. In the solemn hush of the occasion, the whispers of the night breeze could be heard among the vines and flowers outside, and the rippling of the sparkling waters of Santa Rosa Creek was audible. The sick man's face was luminous with the light that was from within. The solemn rite was finished. A tender and holy awe filled the room. It was the house of God and the gate of heaven. The wife, who was sitting near a window, rose and noiselessly stepped to the bed, and without a word printed a kiss on her husband's forehead, while the joy that flushed her features told that the prayer of 30 years had been answered. We sang a hymn, and parted with tears of silent joy. In a little while he crossed the river, where we may mingle our voices again by and by. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49, A Woman of the Early Days. One day in the summer of 1856, I was called to attend a wedding in the city of Sonora. At the appointed hour, I repaired to the house designated, a neat little cottage surrounded with flowers and shrubbery. A pleasant party had already assembled in the snug little parlor. In a few minutes the bridegroom entered the room. He was a fine specimen of manly beauty. He had a faultless figure, a handsome, winning face, and graceful manners, a little dashed with Californian abandon. After a little conversation, he left the room and soon returned, presenting himself with the bride, ready for the ceremony. She was very beautiful. Her form was perfectly rounded, a model for an artist, her face fair and sunny, shaded by luxuriant, dark, clustering hair, her eyes large and lustrous. They were both radiant with happiness, and it was a merry party that sat down to the elegant dinner which followed the bridal ceremony. This marriage made a brief sensation. The parties were both well known, and the bride's California life made one of those romantic episodes so common in those early days. The romance, alas, was too often tinged with the darker colors of sin. So it was in this case. This is the story of Kate S., as told to me by herself. I was the youngest child of a happy family near L in Pennsylvania. I was called pretty, and was the pet of the household. When I was scarcely 16, while still a schoolgirl, a wealthy neighbor proposed to marry me. My father favored the proposal. I was startled by it, and told my father I did not and could not love him, and would not marry him. My lover persisted in his addresses, my father seconding his suit, and at last I consented to wed him. Oh, how bitterly have I rued the day! I could not love him, and I soon ceased to respect him. He was cold, selfish, and jealous. He petted and flattered me at first, but soon discovering that I did not love him, and only endured his caresses, his conduct changed into systematic injustice and oppression. When a child was born to us, I tried to love him for its sake. I tried to do my duty as a wife, but was unhappy despite the wealth for which I had been sold. My husband's business took an unfortunate turn, and he lost nearly all he had. Then he became still more unkind to me, while at the same time I was denied many of the comforts and luxuries to which I had become accustomed. In 1849 he suddenly avowed his purpose to go to California, and started at once, leaving me with my father. He had been in California about a year when he wrote to me, giving an encouraging account of his success, asking me to go with him, and promising to do everything in his power to make me happy. I thought it my duty to go, still indulging a lingering hope that he might be a different man, and that we might yet be happy. I wrote to him, telling him when I would start, and asking him to meet me in San Francisco on my arrival. When we passed through the Golden Gate, entered the bay, and landed at the wharf, I looked in vain for him among the crowds in waiting. He was not there. Every face was strange. After waiting in San Francisco 2 days, I proceeded to Sonora, whence his letters had been written, having barely money enough to meet the expense of the journey. On my arrival at Sonora, I learned that he was in the vicinity, and sent for him. He came, but greeted me coldly, though he seemed glad to see the child, then 6 years old. He engaged board for me at a hotel, but left the place without paying. When the bill was presented to me, having no money to pay it, I offered to hire myself to the hotel keeper as a servant, and my offer was accepted. My husband did not come near me. I learned the reason. He had left in company with a disreputable woman, not even taking leave of his child. My duties as a servant were not very laborious, but I felt humiliated and heart-broken. Sonora was then almost one great gambling hell. Almost everybody gambled. The dealers of the games were mostly women. The largest gambling hell in the city belonged to an old man, one of its most influential citizens. I was surprised when he came to me one day and proposed to employ me as a monte dealer. I shrank from the proposal. He offered me large wages, and promised to protect me as his own daughter. At last I yielded, and was soon regularly dealing cards at a monte table. My employer was delighted with the result. Crowds were gathered nightly round the table at which I presided. I was utterly miserable. I loathed the very sight of the money I made so rapidly. Many fearful scenes did I witness in that gambling hell. Men shot dead over the table at which I sat, young men stripped of their last dollar, rushing out desperate, ready for robbery or suicide, old men cursing their luck with clenched hands and tearing their gray hairs in frenzy. It is horrible to think of it. It was here that I met Frank B. He was a gambler of the more gentlemanly sort, and I met him frequently. I was constantly exposed to insults from the drunken and half-drunken men who frequented the place. One night a burly ruffian was more grossly insulting than was usual. Frank B. was standing near, and quick as thought, felled him to the floor with a heavy blow of a loaded cane which he always carried. The desperado rose to his feet, furious with rage, and drawing a bowie knife, rushed upon Frank, but he was seized, disarmed, and thrust out into the street, after rough handling by a dozen strong men. Not long after this occurrence, Frank proposed to marry me. I already knew that I loved him, but I told him that I was a married woman and would not listen to him. Steps were taken to procure a divorce. By his advice I left the gambling hell, and was full of joy at my release. Pending the proceedings for divorce, I went to San Francisco, where I passed through temptations and troubles of a very painful character, but which I would forever forget if I could. At length, the divorce having been effected, I returned to Sonora, where I have lived until now. It seems as if a dark and troubled dream had passed away, and I had awoke to a bright and happy morning. After their marriage they seemed to be perfectly happy. No two individuals ever seemed to be more evidently designed by nature for each other. I learned that Frank B. had been respectably bred and liberally educated. Since coming to California he had at one time amassed a large fortune, but had lost it by indulging his passion for gambling. From being their victim, he had now become the associate and confederate of the gambling fraternity. But he was disgusted with the life he was leading, and told me that he intended to abandon it. "Good news," said she to me one day as I entered the cottage. "Good news! Frank has got a deputyship in one of the county offices, and will change his life." Tears of joy were in her eyes as she told me, and my congratulations were most hearty. In a few days he entered upon his new employment with a hopeful and happy heart. When I met him in the street, he seemed to walk more erect, and his eyes met mine with a more manly and independent expression. Handsome before, now he looked noble. Only a few weeks had elapsed when, having visited a town some 12 miles distant, he was seized with a fever, and was brought home in a state of delirium. His wife had a presentiment from the first that the attack would be fatal. He seemed to have a similar feeling. In his lucid intervals he spoke to her with a mournful tenderness of their approaching separation. In little more than a week he died, and a great concourse of men and a few women gathered on the hill to see him buried. The blow was a terrible one to her. Her grief was so wild and fearful that even feminine criticism was awed into silence or melted into sympathy. Frank's sudden death and his wife's anguish broke down the barriers which had previously limited her social life, and she was made to feel the throb of the sympathetic heart of the place. Conventionalities were swept away by the breath of sorrow. The only women who held aloof from the mourner were those who had a painful consciousness that their own social standing was somewhat equivocal. I visited her, and sought to point her to the source of true consolation. She interrupted me by demanding fiercely, her eyes fairly blazing, "Do you think my husband is in heaven?" Not giving me time to answer, she continued in a defiant tone, walking the floor as she spoke, her long hair disheveled and her hands clasped. "Don't speak to me of religion unless you can tell me he is happy. If he is not saved, I do not wish to be. Where he is, no higher, no lower, is my heaven." She fought a hard battle with poverty and temptation in the mines, drifted down to San Francisco, still looking young and beautiful, and shall I spoil a romance by telling it? Married a rich man and is living in luxury. But I choose to believe all the heart she had to give was buried in Frank B.'s grave on the hill above Sonora. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50, Dr. Eleazar Thomas. You and I are newcomers to California, and having had no part in the strifes in which some of our brethren have been engaged, we will act as peacemakers and keep these belligerents quiet. This was the half-playful remark of Dr. Eleazar Thomas, one of a group of preachers sitting in the parlor of the then editor of the California Christian Advocate, the Reverend S.D. Simons, in the spring of 1855. We had taken tea together, and were engaged in free and easy conversation in the editor's cottage high up on Clay Street Hill. The speaker, like myself, had just arrived in California in the capacity of a Methodist preacher, he from the North and I from the South. He was a man of pleasing and commanding presence, tall, ruddy complexioned, with blue eyes and lightish hair, with deliberate and distinct enunciation and a winning manner. Take the best points of a Presbyterian preacher of the best class and the best points of a Methodist preacher of the best class, and the combined result would be just such a man as he appeared to me that evening. And now, after the lapse of 24 years, this description seems to suit him still. Subsequent events recall to my mind the remark I have quoted, but with widely different feelings at different times. He became the editor of the Northern Methodist, and I of the Southern Methodist organ in San Francisco. The California Christian Advocate and the Pacific Methodist were like batteries planted on Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, respectively, waking the echoes by their cannonading in many an editorial duel. The war drove us farther and still farther apart in opinion, but every time we met we drew closer to each other in personal attachment. In those unhappy days, many a friendship was hopelessly wrecked by differences of political opinions, a fact which shows how ardent were the convictions on both sides, and explains the fact of a 5 years' deadly conflict between men speaking the same language, reading the same Bible, praying to the same God, reared under the same Constitution, and cherishing the same historic memories. Both sides were in earnest, and it was their sad fate to be compelled to fight out a quarrel bequeathed to them by their glorious but fallible ancestors. The seeds of the Civil War of 1861 were sown in the very compromises of the Constitution of 1783. At the white heat of the struggle, my brother editor wrote things that amazed and angered me. Perhaps if he were speaking now, he would say the same of me. But his mind was naturally conservative and philosophic, and long before the fall of the curtain at Appomattox, he had reacted, recovering the tone of moderation and magnanimity of spirit that were natural to him. One day, just after the close of the war, we met on a street corner. He expressed great satisfaction that the effusion of blood had ceased, paid a glowing tribute to the courage of the vanquished party and the greatness of Lee, and then added thoughtfully, "But you may see which side God was on by the result." "That will not do," I answered. "If the triumph of brute force is to be taken as evidence of the divine approval, you will have to unread the larger part of history. On that principle, those that crucified Jesus were right, and he was wrong. The mob was right, and Stephen was wrong. Rome was right, and the victims she ground under her iron heel were wrong. Austria was right, and Hungary was wrong. Russia was right, and poor Poland was wrong. As I read history, it teaches that the right has usually been advanced not by its triumphs on the bloody field, but by the sublime fortitude of its adherents under defeat and in the midst of suffering and sorrow. If I were to presume to interpret the providence of God, and to infer what are his designs, a different conclusion might be reached. A strong nation conquers the weak nation. The able-bodied ruffian flogs the feeble-bodied saint. 3 men in the wrong will, in an appeal to brute force, be more than a match for 1 in the right. That is the usual course of events. Now and then God makes bare his arm in such a way as to show that the race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. God may have been on the winning side in the late war, as you say, but it will not do for a Christian man to assume that he is always on the side that prevails on the bloody field. That would be making him particeps criminis with every tyrant that has scourged the earth. Well, we can at least agree in the hope and prayer that he will overrule all for the good of all in our land, and that with peace may come mutual forgiveness and universal prosperity. Yes, I can unite heartily with you in that hope and prayer. "Give me your hand," he said impulsively. "Henceforward we must all stand together and make the best of the new conditions which have arisen." He stood to that pledge, meaning what he said. We met frequently, and I always felt that my spirit was sweetened and my horizon broadened by intercourse with this strong thinker who had cast aside the straitjacket of provincialism and bigotry, and whose own vision had a widening range. Agreeing in spirit, our very differences of opinion enhanced the charm of his society and the relish of his conversation. This man was the type of an immense class, both North and South, whose traditions and natural affiliations made them stubborn antagonists in war times, but to whose broad patriotism, conscientious conservatism, and sweet Christian spirit our country must look for the speedy restoration and perpetual enjoyment of the blessings and benefits of national union. When, as a fraternal delegate to the Pacific Conference, with Dr. M.C. Briggs as associate, held at Vacaville in 1868, after his beautiful and touching address, I rose and extended him my hand in token of fraternity. I did so all the more cordially because I knew that behind his glowing fraternal words there was beating a warm fraternal heart. The scene was dramatic, but not intentionally so, when, as the interview proceeded, the tide of good feeling rose higher and higher, until, sweeping away all obstructions, fraternity triumphed amid a storm of amens and a shower of tears. Ecclesiastical prejudice and punctilio could not withstand the swelling current of love which bore that body of Methodist preachers on its bosom. Bishop Marvin was in the chair. They know each other better now as they stand in the light of God. When Dr. Thomas was appointed by the President of the United States a peace commissioner to the Modoc Indians, all Californians recognized his fitness for the position. If a peace policy was to be followed, it was proper that a minister of the Prince of Peace should be called into service. Whether the Quaker policy, so called, was the right one is a question concerning which the men on the border and the theorists in older communities have always differed. William Penn was successful in dealing with Indians. So were Andrew Jackson, Jack Hayes, and General Crook, but in a different way. The history of the Modoc War may be taken as typical of the whole history of our dealings with the Indians. The whites were arbitrary and the Indians savage and treacherous. The immediate cause of the war was the attempted forcible removal of the Indians to a reservation in the fall of 1872. The Modocs, who had already a bad reputation, resisted. The small detachment of soldiers sent to remove them was attacked, and after a brisk fight, the Modocs fled to the hills along the Oregon line, killing 12 or 14 unfortunate whites on their retreat. The United States soldiers sent to operate against them failed to accomplish anything farther than to get several of their number killed and scalped. The Indians took refuge in the lava beds, a mass of volcanic rock in Siskiyou County, California, about 3 miles wide and 6 miles long, and in places rising to a considerable height. These rocks are honeycombed with holes and caves, affording shelter and concealment for thousands of men. They are 480 miles north of San Francisco and about 200 miles from Crescent City on the extreme northern coastline of California. Mount Shasta, 14,440 feet above the sea, glacier-crowned, is 70 miles south. Captain Jack, chief of the Modocs, entrenched in this stronghold of nature, defied the United States Army, repelling every assault, shooting down the soldiers with impunity. The Indians became more exacting in their demands, believing themselves impregnable. At this juncture, the four peace commissioners, General Canby, Dr. Thomas, and Dyer, and Meacham, met a delegation of Modoc warriors by invitation of Captain Jack, who stipulated that none but the commissioners should be present, and that all should be unarmed. On the morning of May 11, 1873, Captain Jack, with four warriors, issued from the lava beds and in a chosen spot met the commissioners. The formalities usual on such occasions were gone through with, several talks were had, and the negotiations seemed to be making good progress, when, quick as thought, the treacherous Modoc chief snatched a pistol which he had concealed on his person, and shouting to his men, "Etuk, etuk," all ready, sent a bullet through the head of the brave Canby, who fell dead. Two of the Indians attacked Dr. Thomas, shooting and killing him on the spot where he stood. Meacham was wounded, Dyer escaped unhurt, and fled to camp with the dreadful news. So ended the mission of the peacemaker, and so died my friend. His body was brought to San Francisco, and was given such a burial as is bestowed only upon heroes and public benefactors. The civil dignitaries of the State and city, the officers and soldiers of the army, the venerable and honored ministers of Christ, and a vast multitude of sorrowful men and women gathered at the sanctuary on Powell Street, where his voice was first heard in San Francisco, uniting to honor a man who lived nobly and died gloriously at the post of duty. To our poor human sight, it seems as if in the battle that is being fought for all that is dear and distinctive in our Christian civilization in California, his wisdom and his valor are needed. Above all, it would seem that his influence is needed to draw good men nearer together for the struggle in which they are all equally interested, but infinite wisdom instead gave him the completed beatitude and left to us the example of the peacemaker. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51, Lone Mountain. The sea wind sweeps over the spot, at times in gusts like the frenzy of a hopeless grief, and at times in sighs as gentle as those heaved by aged sorrow in sight of eternal rest. The voices of the great city come faintly over the sand-hills with subdued murmur like a lullaby to the pale sleepers that are here lying low. When the winds are quiet, which is not often, the moan of the mighty Pacific can be heard day or night, as if it voiced in muffled tones the unceasing woe of a world under the reign of death. Westward, on the summit of a higher hill, a huge cross stretches its arms as if embracing the living and the dead, the first object that catches the eye of the weary voyager as he nears the Golden Gate, the last that meets his lingering gaze as he goes forth upon the great waters. O sacred emblem of the faith with which we launch upon life's stormy main, of the hope that assures us that we shall reach the port when the night and the tempest are past. When the winds are high, the booming of the breakers on the cliff sounds as if nature were impatient of the long, long delay, and had anticipated the last thunders that wake the sleeping dead. On a clear day, the blue Pacific, stretching away beyond the snowy surf line, symbolizes the shoreless sea that rolls through eternity. The Cliff House Road that runs hard by is the chief drive of the pleasure seekers of San Francisco. Gaiety and laughter and heartbreak and tears meet on the drive. The wail of agony and the laugh of gladness mingle as the gay crowds dash by the slow-moving procession on its way to the grave. How often have I made that slow, sad journey to Lone Mountain, a via doloroso to many who have never been the same after they had gone thither, and coming back found the light quenched and the music hushed in their homes. Thither the dead Senator was borne, followed by the tramping thousands, rank on rank, amid the booming of minute guns, the tolling of bells, the measured tread of plumed soldiers, and the roll of drums. Thither was carried in his rude coffin the unknown man found dead in the streets to be buried in Potter's Field. Thither was borne the hard and grasping idolater of riches, who clung to his coin and clutched for more until he was dragged away by the one hand that was colder and stronger than his own. Here was brought the little child, out of whose narrow grave there blossomed the beginnings of a new life to the father and mother, who in the better life to come will be found among the blessed company of those whose only path to paradise lay through the valley of tears. Here were brought the many wanderers whose last earthly wish was to go back home on the other side of the mountains to die, but were denied by the stern messenger who never waits nor spares. And here was brought the mortal part of the aged disciple of Jesus, in whose dying chamber the two worlds met, and whose death throes were demonstrably the birth of a child of God into the life of glory. The first time I ever visited the place was to attend the funeral of a suicide. The dead man I had known in Virginia when I was a boy. He was a graduate of the Virginia Military Institute, and when I first knew him he was the captain of a famous volunteer company. He was as handsome as a picture, the admiration of the girls and the envy of the young men of his native town. He was among the first who rushed to California on the discovery of gold, and of all the heroic men who gave early California its best bias, none was knightlier than this handsome Virginian. None won stronger friends or had brighter hopes. He was the first state senator from San Francisco. He had the magnetism that won and the nobility that retained the love of men. Some men push themselves forward by force of intellect or of will. This man was pushed upward by his friends because he had their hearts. He married a beautiful woman whom he loved literally unto death. I shall not recite the whole story. God only knows it fully, and he will judge righteously. There was trouble, rage, and tears, passionate partings, and penitent reunions, the old story of love dying a lingering yet violent death. On the fatal morning I met him on Washington Street. I noticed his manner was hurried and his look peculiar as I gave him the usual salutation and a hearty grasp of the hand. As he moved away, I looked after him with mingled admiration and pity until his faultless figure turned the corner and disappeared. 10 minutes afterward he lay on the floor of his room dead, with a bullet through his brain, his hair dabbled in blood. At the funeral service, in the little church on Pine Street, strong men bowed their heads and sobbed. His wife sat on a front seat, pale as marble and as motionless, her lips compressed as with inward pain, but I saw no tears on the beautiful face. At the grave the body had been lowered to its resting place, and all being ready, the attendants standing with uncovered heads, I was just about to begin the reading of the solemn words of the burial service, when a tall, blue-eyed man with gray side whiskers pushed his way to the head of the grave, and in a voice choked with passion exclaimed, "There lies as noble a gentleman as ever breathed, and he owes his death to that fiend," pointing his finger at the wife, who stood pale and silent, looking down into the grave. She gave him a look that I shall never forget, and the large, steely blue eyes flashed fire, but she spoke no word. I spoke. "Whatever may be your feelings, or whatever the occasion for them, you degrade yourself by such an exposition of them here." "That is so, sir. "Excuse me, my feelings overcame me," he said, and retiring a few steps, he leaned upon a branch of a scrub oak and sobbed like a child. The farce and the tragedy of real life were here exhibited on another occasion. Among my acquaintances in the city were a man and his wife who were singularly mismatched. He was a plain, unlettered, devout man, who in a prayer meeting or class meeting talked with a simple-hearted earnestness that always produced a happy effect. She was a cultured woman, ambitious and worldly, and so fine-looking that in her youth she must have been a beauty and a belle. They lived in different worlds, and grew wider apart as time passed by, he giving himself to religion, she giving herself to the world. In the gay city circles in which she moved, she was a little ashamed of the quiet, humble old man, and he did not feel at home among them. There was no formal separation, but it was known to the friends of the family that for months at a time they never lived together. The fashionable daughters went with their mother. The good old man, after a short sickness, died in great peace. I was sent for to officiate at the funeral service. There was a large gathering of people and a brave parade of all the externals of grief, but it was mostly dry-eyed grief, so far as I could see. At the grave, just as the sun that was sinking in the ocean threw his last rays upon the spot, and the first shovelful of earth fell upon the coffin that had been gently lowered to its resting place, there was a piercing shriek from one of the carriages, followed by the exclamation, "What shall I do? How can I live? I have lost my all! Oh, oh, oh!" It was the dead man's wife. Significant glances and smiles were interchanged by the bystanders. Approaching the carriage in which the woman was sitting, I laid my hand upon her arm, looked her in the face, and said, "Hush." She understood me, and not another sound did she utter. Poor woman, she was not perhaps as heartless as they thought she was. There was at least a little remorse in those forced exclamations when she thought of the dead man in the coffin, but her eyes were dry, and she stopped very short. Another incident recurs to me that points in a different direction. One day the most noted gambler in San Francisco called on me with the request that I should attend the funeral of one of his friends who had died the night before. A splendid-looking fellow was this knight of the faro table. More than 6 feet in height, with deep chest and perfectly rounded limbs, jet black hair, brilliant black eyes, clear olive complexion, and easy manners, he might have been taken for an Italian nobleman or a Spanish don. He had a tinge of Cherokee blood in his veins. I have noticed that this cross of the white and Cherokee blood often results in producing this magnificent physical development. I have known a number of women of this lineage who were very queens in their beauty and carriage. But this noted gambler was illiterate. The only book of which he knew or cared much was one that had 52 pages with 12 pictures. If he had been educated, he might have handled the reins of government instead of presiding over a nocturnal banking institution. "Parson, can you come to number blank on Kearny Street tomorrow at 10 o'clock and give us a few words and a prayer over a friend of mine who died last night?" I promised to be there, and he left. His friend, like himself, had been a gambler. He was from New York. He was well educated, gentle in his manners, and a general favorite with the rough and desperate fellows with whom he associated, but with whom he seemed out of place. The passion for gambling had put its terrible spell on him, and he was helpless in its grasp. But though he mixed with the crowds that thronged the gambling hells, he was one of them only in the absorbing passion for play. There was a certain respect shown him by all that venturesome fraternity. He went to Fraser River during the gold excitement. In consequence of exposure and privation in that wild chase after gold, which proved fatal to so many eager adventurers, he contracted pulmonary disease, and came back to San Francisco to die. He had not a dollar. His gambler friend took charge of him, placed him in a good boarding place, hired a nurse for him, and for nearly a year provided for all his wants. "I knew him when he was in better luck," said he, "and felt like I ought to stand by him." At the funeral there was a large attendance of gamblers, with a sprinkling of women whose social status was not clearly defined to my mind. During the solemn service there was deep feeling. Down the bronzed faces of the noted gambler the tears flowed freely as he stood near the foot of the coffin. As he listened to those thrilling words from the 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, there was a look of wonder and inquiry and awe on his face. What were his thoughts? At the cemetery they lowered the body tenderly into the grave, listened with uncovered heads to the closing words of the ritual for the burial of the dead, and then dispersed, doubtless going back to the old life, but it may be with some better thoughts. I was sitting in my office at work on the same afternoon when the tall and portly form of the gambler presented itself. "Parson, you went through that funeral this morning in a way that suited me. Take this with my thanks." As he spoke, he extended his hand with ever so many shining gold pieces, 20s, 10s, and 5s. "No," I said, "it is contrary to the usage of my church and to my own taste to take pay for burying a fellow man." After thoughtfully considering a moment, he said, "That suits me, but would you object to wearing a little trinket on your watch chain coming from a man like me?" Seeing his heart was set on it, I told him I would not decline taking such a token of his good will. The gift of a most beautiful and costly Japanese crystal was the result. I wore it for many years, and when it was lost at Los Angeles in 1877, I felt quite sorry. It reminded me of an incident that showed the good side of human nature in a circle in which the other side is usually uppermost. My pencil lingers as I think of this far-away resting place of the dead, and as I lay it down I seem to hear the ocean's moan and the dirge of the winds, and the pale images of many, many faces that have faded away into the darkness of death rise before me, some of them with radiant smiles and beckoning hands. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52, Newton. The miners called him the Wandering Jew. That was behind his back. To his face they addressed him as Father Newton. He walked his circuits in the northern mines. No pedestrian could keep up with him, as with his long form bending forward, his immense yellow beard that reached to his breast floating in the wind, he strode from camp to camp with the message of salvation. It took a good trotting horse to keep pace with him. Many a stout prospector, meeting him on a highway, after panting and straining to bear him company, had to fall behind, gazing after him in wonder as he swept out of sight at that marvelous gait. There was a glitter in his eye and an intensity of gaze that left you in doubt whether it was genius or madness that it bespoke. It was, in truth, a little of both. He had genius. Nobody ever talked with him or heard him preach without finding it out. The rough fellow who offended him at a camp meeting near Yankee Jim's no doubt thought him mad. He was making some disturbance as the long-bearded old preacher was passing with a bucket of water in his hand. "What do you mean?" he thundered, stopping and fixing his keen eye upon the rowdy. A rude and profane reply was made by the jeering sinner. Quick as thought, Newton rushed upon him with flashing eye and uplifted bucket, a picture of fiery wrath that was too much for the thoughtless scoffer, who fled in terror amid the laughter of the crowd. The vanquished son of Belial had no sympathy from anybody, and the plucky preacher was none the less esteemed because he was ready to defend his master's cause with carnal weapons. The early Californians left scarcely any path of sin unexplored, and were a sad set of sinners, but for virtuous women and religion they never lost their reverence. Both were scarce in those days, when it seemed to be thought that gold-digging and the Decalogue could not be made to harmonize. The pioneer preachers found that one good woman made a better basis for evangelization than a score of nomadic bachelors. The first accession of a woman to a church in the mines was an epoch in its history. The church in the house of Lydia was the normal type. It must be anchored to woman's faith and tenderness and love in the home. He visited San Francisco during my pastorate in 1858. On Sunday morning he preached a sermon of such extraordinary beauty and power that at the night services the house was crowded by a curious congregation, drawn thither by the report of the forenoon effort. His subject was the faith of the mother of Moses, and he handled it in his own way. The powerful effect of one passage I shall never forget. It was a description of the mother's struggle and the victory of her faith in the crisis of her trial. No longer able to protect her child, she resolves to commit him to her God. He drew a picture of her as she sat weaving together the grasses of the little ark of bulrushes, her hot tears falling upon her work, and pausing from time to time with her hand pressed upon her throbbing heart. At length the little vessel is finished, and she goes by night to the bank of the Nile to take the last chance to save her boy from the knife of the murderers. Approaching the river's edge, with the ark in her hands, she stoops a moment, but her mother's heart fails her. How can she give up her child? In frenzy of grief she sinks upon her knees, and lifting her gaze to the heavens, passionately prays to the God of Israel. That prayer! It was the wail of a breaking heart, a cry out of the depths of a mighty agony. But as she prays, the inspiration of God enters her soul, her eyes kindle, and her face beams with the holy light of faith. She rises, lifts the little ark, looks upon the sleeping face of the fair boy, prints a long, long kiss upon his brow, and then with a firm step she bends down, and placing the tiny vessel upon the waters, lets it go. And away it went, he said, rocking upon the waves as it swept beyond the gaze of the mother's straining eyes. The monsters of the deep were there, the serpent of the Nile was there, Behemoth was there, but the child slept as sweetly and as safely upon the rocking waters as if it were nestled upon its mother's breast, for God was there. The effect was electric. The concluding words, "For God was there," were uttered with upturned face and lifted hands, and in a tone of voice that thrilled the hearers like a sudden clap of thunder from a cloud over whose bosom the lightnings had rippled in gentle flashes. It was true eloquence. In a revival meeting on another occasion, he said in a sermon of terrific power, "Oh, the hardness of the human heart! Yonder is a man in hell. He is told that there is one condition on which he may be delivered, and that is that he must get the consent of every good being in the universe. A ray of hope enters his soul, and he sets out to comply with the condition. He visits heaven and earth, and finds sympathy and consent from all. All the holy angels consent to his pardon. All the pure and holy on earth consent. God himself repeats the assurance of his willingness that he may be saved. Even in hell the devils do not object, knowing that his misery only heightens theirs. All are willing, all are ready, all but one man. He refuses. He will not consent. A monster of cruelty and wickedness, he refuses his simple consent to save a soul from an eternal hell. Surely a good God and all good beings in the universe would turn in horror from such a monster. Sinner, you are that man. The blessed God, the Holy Trinity, every angel in heaven, every good man and woman on earth, are not only willing but anxious that you shall be saved. But you will not consent. You refuse to come to Jesus that you may have life. You are the murderer of your own immortal soul. You drag yourself down to hell. You lock the door of your own dungeon of eternal despair, and throw the key into the bottomless pit by rejecting the Lord that bought you with his blood. You will be lost. You must be lost. You ought to be lost." The words were something like these, but the energy, the passion, the frenzy of the speaker must be imagined. Hard and stubborn hearts were moved under that thrilling appeal. They were made to feel that the preacher's picture of a self-doomed soul described their own cases. There was joy in heaven that night over repenting sinners. This old man of the mountains was a walking encyclopedia of theological and other learning. He owned books that could not be duplicated in California, and he read them, digested their contents, and constantly surprised his cultivated hearers by the affluence of his knowledge and the fertility of his literary and classic allusion. He wrote with elegance and force. His weak point was orthography. He would trip sometimes in the spelling of the most common words. His explanation of this weakness was curious. He was a printer in Mobile, Alabama. On one occasion a 32-page book form of small type was pied. "I undertook," he said, "to set that pied form to rights, and in doing so the words got so mixed in my brain that my spelling was spoiled forever." He went to Oregon, and traveled and preached from the Cascade Mountains to Idaho, thrilling, melting, and amusing in turn the crowds that came out to hear the wild-looking man whose coming was so sudden and whose going was so rapid, that they were lost in wonder as if gazing at a meteor that flashed across the sky. He was a Yankee from New Hampshire who, going to Alabama, lost his heart and was ever afterwards intensely Southern in all his convictions and affections. His fiery soul found congenial spirits among the generous, hot-blooded people of the Gulf States, whose very faults had a sort of charm for this impulsive, generous, erratic, gifted man. He made his way back to his New England hills, where he is waiting for the sunset, often turning a longing eye southward, and now and then sending a greeting to Alabama. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53, Climate of California. Had Shakespeare lived in California, he would not have written of the winter of our discontent, but would most probably have found in the summer of that then undiscovered country a more fitting symbol of the troublous times referred to. For with the fogs, winds, and dust that accompany the summer, or the dry season, as it is more appropriately called in California, it is emphatically a season of discontent. In the mountains of the state only are these conditions not found. True, you will find dust even there as the natural consequence of the lack of rain, but that is not, of course, so bad in the mountains, and with no persistent nagging wind to pick it up and fling it spitefully at you, you soon get not to mind it at all. But of summer in the coast country it is hard to speak tolerantly. The perfect flower of its unloveliness flourishes in San Francisco, and more or less hardily all along the coast. From the time the rains cease, generally sometime in May, through 6 months' period of their cessation, the program for the day is, with but few exceptions, unvaried. Fog in the morning, chilling, penetrating fog, which obscures the rays of the morning sun completely, and dank and clinging like cerements, swathes everything with its soft gray folds. On the bay it hangs, heavy and chill, blotting out everything but the nearest objects, and at a little distance hardly distinguishable from the water itself. At such times is heard the warning cry of the foghorns at Fort Point, Goat Island, and elsewhere, a sound which probably is more like that popularly supposed to be produced by an expiring cow in her last agony than anything else, but which is not like that or anything in the world but a foghorn. The fog of the morning, however, gives way to the wind of the afternoon, which, complete master of the situation by 3 o'clock p.m., holds stormy sway till sunset. No gentle zephyr this, to softly sway the delicate flower, or just lift the fringe on the maiden's brow, but what seamen call a spanking breeze, that does not hesitate to knock off the hat that is not fastened tightly both fore and aft to the underlying head, or to fling sand and dust into any exposed eye, and which dances around generally among skirts and coat-tails with untiring energy and persistency. To venture out on the streets of San Francisco at such times is really no trifling matter, and to one not accustomed to it, or to one of a non-combative disposition, the performance is not a pleasant one. Still, the streets are always full of hurrying passengers, for whether attributable to the extra amount of vitality and vim that this bracing climate imparts to its children, or to a more direct and obvious cause, the desire to get indoors again as soon as possible, the fact remains the same, that the people of California walk faster than do those of almost any other country. Not only men, either, who, with their coats buttoned up to their chins and hats jammed tightly over their half-shut eyes, present a tolerably secure surface to the attacks of the wind, but their fairer sisters, too, can be seen, with their fresh cheeks and bright eyes protected by jaunty veils, scudding along in the face or the track of the wind, as the case may be, with wonderful skill and grace, looking as trim and secure as to rigging as the lightest schooner in full sail on their own bay. But it is after the sun has gone down from the cloudless sky, and the sea has recalled its breezes to slumber for the night, that the fulfillment of the law of compensation is made evident in this matter. The nights are of silver, if the days be not of gold, and all over the state this blessing of cool, comfortable nights is spread. At any season one can draw a pair of blankets over him upon retiring, sure of sound, refreshing slumber, unless assailed by mental or physical troubles to which even this glorious climate of California cannot minister. The country here during this rainless season does not seem to the Eastern visitor enough like what he has known as country in the summer to warrant any outlay in getting there. He must, however, understand that here people go to the country for precisely opposite reasons to those which influence Eastern tourists to leave the city and betake themselves to rural districts. In the East, one leaves the crowded streets and heated atmosphere of the great city to seek coolness in some sylvan retreat. Here we leave the chilling winds and fogs of the city to try to get warm where they cannot penetrate. Warm it may be, but the country at this season is not at its best as to looks. The flowers and the grass have disappeared with the rains, the latter, however, keeping in its dry brown roots that the sun scorches daily, the germ of all next winter's green. Of the trees, the live oak alone keeps to the summer livery of eastern forests. Farther up in the mountain counties it is very different. No fairer summer could be wished for than that which reigns cloudless here, and with the sparkling champagne of that clear, dry air in his nostrils, our Eastern visitor forgets even to sigh for a summer shower to lay the dreadful dust. And even in the valleys and around the bay, we must confess that some advantages arise from the no rain for 6 months policy. Picnickers can set forth any day with no fear of the fun of the occasion being wet-blanketed by an unlooked-for shower, and farmers can dispose of their crops according to convenience, often leaving their wheat piled up in the field with no fear of danger from the elements. Still, we do get very tired of this long, strange summer, and the first rains are eagerly looked for and joyously welcomed. The fall of the first showers after such a long season of bareness and brownness is almost as immediate in its effects as the waving of a fairy's magic wand over Cinderella, sitting ragged in the ashes and cinders. The change thus wrought is well described by a poet of the soil in a few picturesque lines. Week by week the near hills whitened in their dusty leather cloaks. Week by week the far hills darkened from the fringing plain of oaks, till the rains came, and far breaking on the fierce southwester tossed, dashed the whole long coast with color, and then vanished and were lost. With these rains the grass springs up, the trees put out, and the winds disappear, leaving in the air a wonderful softness. In a month or two the flowers appear, and the hills are covered with a mantle of glory. Bluebells, lupins, buttercups, and hosts of other blossoms spring up in profusion, and illuminating everything the wild California poppy lifts its flaming torch, typifying well in its dazzling and glowing color the brilliant minds and passionate hearts of the people of this land. All these bloom on through the winter, for this is a winter but in name. With no frost, ice, or snow, it is more like an eastern spring, but for the absence of that feeling of languor and debility which is so often felt in that season. True, it rains a good deal, but by no means constantly, more often in the night, and it is this season of smiles and tears, this winter of flowers and budding trees, in which the glory of the California climate lies. Certainly nothing could be more perfect than a bright winter day in that state. Still, after all I could say in its praise, you would not know its full charm till you had felt its delicious breath on your own brow, for the peculiar freshness and exhilaration of the air are indescribable. Sometimes in March the dwellers on the bay are treated to a blow or two from the north, which is about as serious weather as the inhabitants of that favored clime ever experiences. After a night whose sleep has been broken by shrieks of the wind and the rattling of doors and windows, I wake with a dullness of head and sensitiveness of nerve that alone would be sufficient to tell me that the north wind had risen like a thief in the night, and had not, according to the manner of that class, stolen away before morning. On the contrary, he seems to be rushing around with an energy that betokens a day of it. I dress and look out of my window. The bay is a mass of foaming, tossing waves, which, as they break on the beach just below, cast their spray 20 feet in air. All the little vessels have come into port, and only a few of the largest ships still ride heavily at their anchors. The line separating the shallow water near the shore from the deeper waters beyond is much farther out than usual, and is more distinct. Within its boundary the predominant white is mixed with a dark reddish brown. Without, the spots of color are darkest green. The sky has been swept of every particle of cloud and moisture, and is almost painfully blue. Against it, Mounts Tamalpais and Diablo stand outlined with startling clearness. The hills and islands round the bay look as cold and uncomfortable in their robes of bright green as a young lady who has put on her spring dress too soon. The streets and walks are swept bare, but still the air is filled with flying sand that cuts my face like needles, when, later overcoated and gloved to the utmost, I proceed downtown. Such days are nature's cleaning days, very necessary to future health and comfort, but, like all cleaning days, very unpleasant to go through with. With her mightiest besom does the old lady sweep out the cobwebs from the sky, all the dirt and germs of disease from the ground, and remove all specks and impurities from her air windows. One or two such northers finish up the season, effectually scaring away all the clouds, thus clearing the stage for the next act in this annual drama of 2 acts. This climate of California is perfectly epitomized in a stanza of the same poem before quoted. So each year the season shifted, wet and warm and drear and dry, half a year of cloud and flowers, half a year of dust and sky. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54, After the Storm. Penciled in the bay window above the Golden Gate, North Beach, San Francisco, February 20, 1873. All day the winds the sea had lashed, the fretted waves in anger dashed against the rocks in tumult wild above the surges roughly piled. No blue above, no peace below, the waves still rage, the winds still blow. Dull and muffled the sunset gun tells that the dreary day is done. The sea-birds fly with drooping wing, chill and shadow on everything. No blue above, no peace below. The waves still rage, the winds still blow. The clouds dispart, the sapphire dye in beauty spreads o'er the western sky. Cloud fires blaze o'er the gate of gold, gleaming and glowing, fold on fold. All blue above, all peace below, nor waves now rage, nor winds now blow. Souls that are lashed by storms of pain, eyes that drip with sorrow's rain, hearts that burn with passion strong, bruised and torn and weary of wrong. No light above, no peace within, battling with self and torn by sin. Hope on, hold on, the clouds will lift, God's peace will come as his own sweet gift. The light will shine at evening time, the reflected beams of the sunlit clime, the blessed goal of the soul's long quest, where storms ne'er beat and all are blessed. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55, Sanders. He belonged to the church militant. In looks he was a cross between a grenadier and a Trappist, but there was more soldier than monk in his nature. He was over 6 feet high, thin as a bolster, and straight as a long-leaf pine. His anatomy was strongly conspicuous. He was the boniest of men. There were as many angles as inches in the lines of his face. His hair disdained the persuasions of comb or brush, and rose in tangled masses above a head that would have driven a phrenologist mad. It was a long head in every sense. His features were strong and stern, his nose one that would have delighted the great Napoleon. It was a grand organ. You said at once on looking at him, "Here is a man that fears neither man nor devil." The face was an honest face. When you looked into those keen dark eyes and read the lines of that stormy countenance, you felt that it would be equally impossible for him to tell a lie or to fear the face of man. This was John Sanders, one of the early California Methodist preachers. He went among the first to preach the gospel to the gold hunters. He got a hearing where some failed. His sincerity and brain power commanded attention, and his pluck enforced respect. In one case it seemed to be needed. He was sent to preach at Placerville, popularly called in the old days Hangtown. It was then a lively and populous place. The mines were rich, and gold dust was abundant as good behavior was scarce. The one church in the town was a Union church, and it was occupied by Sanders and a preacher of another sect on alternate Sundays. All went well for many months, and if there were no sinners converted in that camp, the few saints were at peace. It so happened that Sanders was called away for a week or two, and on his return he found that a new preacher had been sent to the place, and that he had made an appointment to preach on his, Sanders's, regular day. Having no notion of yielding his rights, Sanders also inserted a notice in the papers of the town that he would preach at the same time and place. The thing was talked about in the town and vicinity, and there was a buzz of excitement. The miners, always ready for a sensation, became interested, and when Sunday came the church could not hold the crowd. The strange preacher arrived first, entered the pulpit, knelt a few moments in silent devotion according to custom, and then sat and surveyed the audience, which was surveying him with curious interest. He was a tall, fine-looking man, almost the equal of Sanders in height and superior to him in weight. He was a Kentuckian originally, but went from Ohio to California, and was a full-grown man of the best Western physical type. In a little while Sanders entered the church, made his way through the dense crowd, ascended the pulpit, cast a sharp glance at the intruder, and sat down. There was a dead silence. The two preachers gazed at the congregation gazed at the preachers. A pin might have been heard to fall. Sanders was as imperturbable as a statue, but his lips were pressed together tightly, and there was a blaze in his eyes. The strange preacher showed signs of nervousness, moving his hands and feet, and turning this way and that in his seat. It was within 5 minutes of the time for opening the service. The stranger rose and was in the act of taking hold of the Bible that lay on the cushion in front of him, when Sanders rose to his full height, stepped in front of him, and darting lightning from his eyes as he looked him full in the face, said, "I preach here today, sir." That settled it. There was no mistaking that look or tone. The tall stranger muttered an inarticulate protest and subsided. Sanders proceeded with the service, making no allusion to the difficulty until it was ended. Then he proposed a meeting of the citizens the next evening to adjudicate the case. The proposal was acceded to. The church was again crowded, and though ecclesiastically Sanders was in the minority, with the genuine love for fair play which is a trait of Anglo-Saxon character, he was sustained by an overwhelming majority. It is likely, too, that his plucky bearing the day before made him some votes. A preacher who would fight for his rights suited those wild fellows better than one who would assert a claim that he would not enforce. Sanders preached to larger audiences after this episode in his Hangtown pastorate. It was after this that he went out one day to stake off a lot on which he proposed to build a house of worship. It was near the Roman Catholic Church. A zealous Irishman, who was a little more than half drunk, was standing by. Evidently he did not like any such heretical movements, and after Sanders had placed the stake in the earth, the Hibernian stepped forward and pulled it up. I put the stake back in its place. He pulled it up again. I put it back. He pulled it up again. I put it back once more. He got fiery mad by this time, and started at me with an axe in his hand. I had an axe in my hand, and as its handle was longer than his, I cut him down. The poor fellow had waked up the fighting preacher, and fell before the sweep of Sanders' axe. He dodged as the weapon descended, and saved his life by doing so. He got an ugly wound on the shoulder, and kept his bed for many weeks. When he rose from his bed he had a profound regard for Sanders, whose grit excited his admiration. There was not a particle of resentment in his generous Irish heart. He became a sober man, and it was afterward a current pleasantry among the boys that he was converted by the use of the carnal weapon wielded by that spunky parson. Nobody blamed Sanders for his part in the matter. It was a fair fight, and he had the right on his side. Had he shown the white feather, that would have damaged him with a community in whose estimation courage was the cardinal virtue. Sanders was popular with all classes, and Placerville remembers him to this day. He was no Rosewater divine, but thundered the terrors of the law into the ears of those wild fellows with the boldness of a John the Baptist. Many a sinner quaked under his stern logic and fiery appeals, and some repented. I shall never forget a sermon he preached at San Jose. He was in bad health, and his mind was morbid and gloomy. His text was, "Who hath hardened himself against him, and hath prospered?" Job 9:4. The thought that ran through the discourse was the certainty that retribution would overtake the guilty. God's law will be upheld. It protects the righteous, but must crush the disobedient. He swept away the sophisms by which men persuade themselves that they can escape the penalty of violated law, and it seemed as if we could almost hear the crash of the tumbling wrecks of hopes built on false foundations. God Almighty was visible on the throne of his power, armed with the seven thunders of his wrath. "Who hath defied God and escaped?" he demanded, with flashing eyes and trumpet voice, and then he recited the histories of nations and men that had made the fatal experiment, and the doom that had whelmed them in utter ruin. "And yet you hope to escape," he thundered to the silent and awestruck men and women before him. "You expect that God will abrogate his law to please you, that he will tear down the pillars of his moral government, that you may be saved in your sins. Oh, fools, fools, fools! There is no place but hell for such a folly as this." His haggard face, the stern solemnity of his voice, the sweep of his long arms, the gleam of his deep-set eyes, and the vigor of his inexorable logic drove that sermon home to the listeners. He was the keenest of critics and often merciless. He was present at a camp meeting near San Jose, but too feeble to preach. I was there and disabled from the effects of the California poison oak. That deceitful shrub! Its pink leaves smile at you as pleasantly as sin, and like sin it leaves its sting. The preacher's tent was immediately in the rear of the stand, and Sanders and I lay inside and listened to the sermons. He was in one of his caustic moods, and his comments were racy enough, though not helpful to devotion. "There!" he yelled, clapped his hands, stamped, and said nothing. The criticism was just. The brother in the stand was making a great noise, but there was not much meaning in what he said. He made one point only, a pretty good apology for Lazarus's poverty. This was said at the close of an elaborate discourse on the rich man and Lazarus by a brother who sometimes "got in the brush." He isn't touching his text. He knows no more theology than a guinea pig. Words, words, words. This last criticism was directed against a timid young divine who was badly frightened, but who has since shown that there was good metal in him. If he had known what was going on just behind him, he would have collapsed entirely in that tentative effort at preaching the gospel. Sanders kept up this running fire of criticism at every service, cutting to the bone at every blow, and giving me new light on homiletics if he did not promote my enjoyment of the preaching. He had read largely and thought deeply, and his incisive intellect had no patience with what was feeble or pointless. Disease settled upon his lungs, and he rapidly declined. His strong frame grew thinner and thinner, and his mind alternated between moods of morbid bitterness and transient buoyancy. As the end approached, his bitter moods were less frequent, and an unwonted tenderness came into his words and tones. He went to the Loconoma Springs in the hills of Napa County, and in their solitudes he adjusted himself to the great change that was drawing near. The capacious blue sky that arched above him, the sighing of the gentle breeze through the solemn pines, the repose of the encircling mountains, bright with sunrise or purpling in the twilight, distilled the soothing influences of nature into his spirit, and there was a great calm within. Beyond those California hills, the hills of God rose in their supernal beauty before the vision of his faith, and when the summons came for him one midnight, his soul leaped to meet it in a ready and joyous response. On a white marble slab at the stone church in Suisun Valley is this inscription: "Reverend John Sanders, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all." The spring flowers were blooming on the grave when I saw it last. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56, Winter Blossomed. I think I saw him the first Sunday I preached in San Jose in 1856. He was a notable-looking man. I felt attracted toward him by that indefinable sympathy that draws together two souls born to be friends. I believe in friendship at first sight. Who that ever had a real friend does not? Love at first sight is a different thing. It may be divine and eternal, or it may be a whim or a passing fancy. Passion blurs and blinds in the region of sexual love. Friendship is revealed in its own white light. I was introduced after the service to the stranger who had attracted my attention, and who had given the youthful preacher such a kind and courteous hearing. This is Major McCoy. He was a full head higher than anybody else as he stood in the aisle. He bowed with courtly grace as he took my hand, and his face lighted with a smile that had in it something more than a conventional civility. I felt there was a soul beneath that dignified and courtly exterior. His head displayed great elevation of the cranium and unusual breadth of forehead. It was what is called an intellectual head, and the lines around the eyes showed the traces of thought, and, as it seemed to me, a tinge of that sadness that nearly always lends its charms to the best faces. "I have met a man that I know I shall like," was my gratified exclamation to the mistress of the parsonage as I entered. And so it turned out. He became one of the select circle to whom I applied the word friend in the sacredest sense. This inner circle can never be large. If you unduly enlarge it, you dilute the quality of this wine of life. We are limited. There is only one heart large enough to hold all humanity in its inmost depths. My new friend lived out among the sycamores on the new Almaden Road, a mile from the city, and the cottage in which he lived with his cultured and loving household was one of the social paradises of that beautiful valley in which the breezes are always cool and the flowers never fade. My friend interested me more and more. He had been a soldier, and in the Mexican War won distinction by his skill and valor. He was with Joe Lane and his gallant Indianans at Huamantla, and his name was especially mentioned among those whose fiery onsets had broken the lines of the swarthy foe, and won against such heavy odds the bloody field. He was seldom absent from church on Sunday morning, and now and then his inquiring, thoughtful face would be seen in my smaller audience at night. One unwelcome fact about him pained me, while it deepened my interest in him. He was a skeptic. Bred to the profession of medicine and surgery, he became bogged in the depths of materialistic doubt. The microscope drew his thoughts downward until he could not see beyond second causes. The soul, the seat of which the scalpel could not find, he feared did not exist. The action of the brain, like that of the heart and lungs, seemed to him to be functional. And when the organ perished, did not its function cease forever? He doubted the fact of immortality, but did not deny it. This doubt clouded his life. He wanted to believe. His heart rebelled against the negations of materialism, but his intellect was entangled in its meshes. The great question was ever in his thought, and the shadow was ever on his path. He read much on both sides, and was always ready to talk with any from whom he had reason to hope for new light or a helpful suggestion. Did he also pray? We took many long rides and had many long talks together. Pausing under the shade of a tree on the highway, the hours would slip away while we talked of life and death, and weighed the pros and cons of the mighty hope that we might live again, until the sun would be sinking into the sea behind the Santa Cruz Mountains, whose shadows were creeping over the valley. He believed in a first cause. The marks of design in nature left in his mind no room to doubt that there was a designer. The structures and adaptations of the horse harnessed to the buggy in which we sit exhibit the infinite skill of a creator. On this basis I reasoned with him in behalf of all that is precious to Christian faith and hope, trying to show, what I earnestly believe, that admitting the existence of God, it is illogical to stop short of a belief in revelation and immortality. The rudest workman would not fling the fragments of his work away if every useless bit of clay he trod on were a sentient being. And does the wisest worker take quick human hearts instead of stone, and hew and carve them one by one, nor heed the pangs with which they break? And more, if but creation's waste, would he have given us sense to yearn for the perfection none can earn, and hope the fuller life to taste? I think, if we must cease to be, it is cruelty refined to make the instincts of our mind stretch out towards eternity. Wherefore I welcome nature's cry as earnest of a life again, where thought shall never be in vain, and doubt before the light shall fly. My talks with him were helpful to me, if not to him. In trying to remove his doubts, my own faith was confirmed, and my range of thought enlarged. His reverent spirit left its impress upon mine. "McCoy is a more religious man than either you or I, Doctor," said Todd Robinson to me one day, in reply to a remark in which I had given expression to my solicitude for my doubting friend. Yes, strange as it may seem, this man who wrestled with doubts that wrung his soul with intense agony, and walked in darkness under the veil of unbelief, had a healthful influence upon me, because the attitude of his soul was that of a reverent inquirer, not that of a scoffer. The admirable little treatise of Bishop McIlvaine on the Evidences of Christianity cleared away some of his difficulties. A sermon of Bishop Kavanaugh, preached at his request, was a help to him. That wonderful discourse is spoken of elsewhere in this volume. A friend of his lay dying at Redwood City. This friend, like himself, was a skeptic, and his doubts darkened his way as he neared the border of the undiscovered country. McCoy went to see him. The sick man, in the freedom of long friendship, opened his mind to him. The arguments of the good bishop were yet fresh in McCoy's mind, and the echoes of his mighty appeals were still resounding in his heart. Seated by the dying man, he forgot his own misgivings, and with intense earnestness pointed the struggling soul to the Savior of sinners. I did not intend it, but I was impelled by a feeling I could not resist. I was surprised and strangely thrilled at my own words as I unfolded to my friend the proofs of the truth of Christianity, culminating in the incarnation, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. He seemed to have grasped the truths as presented. A great calm came over him, and he died a believer. No incident of my life has given me a purer pleasure than this, but it was a strange thing. Nobody could have had access to him as I had. I, a doubter and a stumbler all my life. It looks like the hand of God." His voice was low, and his eyes were wet as he finished the narration. Yes, the hand of God was in it. It was in every good thing that takes place on earth. By the bedside of a dying friend, the undercurrent of faith in his warm and noble heart swept away for the time the obstructions that were in his thought, and bore him to the feet of the blessed, pitying Christ, who never breaks a bruised reed. I think he had more light and felt stronger ever after. Death twice entered his home circle, once to convey a budding flower from the earth home to the skies, and again like a lightning stroke laying young manhood low in a moment. The instinct within him, stronger than doubt, turned his thought in those dark hours toward God. The ashes of the earthly hopes that had perished in the fire of fierce calamity, and the tears of a grief unspeakable, fertilized and watered the seed of faith which was surely in his heart. The hot furnace fire did not harden this finely tempered soul, but still he walked in darkness, doubting, doubting all he most wished to believe. It was the infirmity of his constitution and the result of his surroundings. He went into large business enterprises with mingled success and disappointment. He went into politics, and though he bore himself nobly and gallantly, it need not be said that that vortex does not usually draw those who are within its whirl heavenward. He won some of the prizes that were fought for in that arena, where the noblest are in danger of being soiled, and where the baser metal sinks surely to the bottom by the inevitable force of moral gravitation. From time to time we were thrown together, and I was glad to know that the great question was still in his thought, and the hunger for truth was still in his heart. Ill health sometimes made him irritable and morbid, but the drift of his inner nature was unchanged. His mind was enveloped in mists, and sometimes tempests of despair raged within him, but his heart still thirsted for the water of life. A painful and almost fatal railway accident befell him. He was taken to his ranch amid the quiet hills of Shasta County. This was the final crisis in his life. Shut out from the world, and shut in with his own thoughts and with God, he reviewed his life and the argument that had so long been going on in his mind. He was now quiet enough to hear distinctly the still small voice, whose tones he could only half discern amid the clamors of the world, when he was a busy actor on its stage. Nature spoke to him among the hills, and her voice is God's. The great primal instincts of the soul, repressed in the crowd or driven into the background by the mob of petty cares and wants, now had free play in the nature of this man whose soul had so long cried out of the depths for the living God. He prayed the simple prayer of trust at which the gate flies open for the believing soul to enter into the peace of God. He was born into the new life. The flower that had put forth its abortive buds for so many seasons burst into full bloom at last. With the mighty joy in his heart and the light of the immortal hope beaming upon him, he passed into the world of certainties. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57, A Virginian in California. Hard at it, are you, Uncle? No, sah, I's workin' by de day, and I ain't a-hurtin' myself. This answer was given with a jolly laugh as the old man leaned on his pick and looked at me. You look so much like home folks that I felt like speaking to you. Where are you from? From Virginia, sah, pulling himself up to his full height as he spoke. Where's you from, massa? I was brought up partly in Virginia, too. Whereabouts in Virginia? Mostly in Lynchburg. Lynchburg? That's where I was fetched up. I belonged to the Widder Tate that lived in the New London Road. Give me your hand, massa. He rushed up to the buggy, and taking my extended hand in his huge fist, he shook it heartily, grinning with delight. This was Uncle Joe, a perfect specimen of the old Virginia uncle who had found his way to California in the early days. Yes, he was a perfect specimen, black as night, his lower limbs crooked, arms long, hands and feet very large. His mouth was his most striking feature. It was the orator's mouth in size, being larger than that of Henry Clay. In fact, it ran almost literally from ear to ear. When he opened it fully, it was like lifting the lid of a box. Uncle Joe and I became good friends at once. He honored my ministry with his presence on Sundays. There was a touch of dandyism in him that then and there came out. Clad in a blue broadcloth dress coat of the olden cut, vest to match, tight-fitting pantaloons, stovepipe hat, and yellow kid gloves, he was a gorgeous object to behold. He knew it, and there was a pleasant self-consciousness in the way he bore himself in the sanctuary. Uncle Joe was the heartiest laugher I ever knew. He was always as full of happy life as a frisky colt or a plump pig. When he entered a knot of idlers on the street, it was the signal for a humorous uproar. His quaint sayings, witty repartee, and contagious laughter never failed. He was as agile as a monkey, and his dancing was a marvel. For a dime he would cut the pigeon wing, or give a double shuffle or breakdown, in a way that made the beholder dizzy. What was Uncle Joe's age nobody could guess. He had passed the line of probable surmising. His own version of the matter on a certain occasion was curious. We had a colored female servant, an old-fashioned auntie from Mississippi, who, with a bandana handkerchief on her head, went about the house singing the old Methodist choruses so naturally that it gave us a home feeling to have her about us. Uncle Joe and Aunt Tishy became good friends, and he got into the habit of dropping in at the parsonage on Sunday evenings to escort her to church. On this particular occasion I was in the little study adjoining the dining room, where Aunt Tishy was engaged in cleaning away the dishes after tea. I was not eavesdropping, but could not help hearing what they said. My name was mentioned. "Oh, yes," said Uncle Joe, "I knowed Massa Fitzgerald's back dar in Virginia. I used to hear him preach dar when I was a boy." There was a silence. Aunt Tishy couldn't swallow that. Uncle Joe's statement, if true, would have made me more than 100 years old, or brought him down to less than 40. The latter was his object. He wanted to impress Aunt Tishy with the idea that he was young enough to be an eligible gallant to any lady. But it failed. That unfortunate remark ruined Uncle Joe's prospects. Aunt Tishy positively refused to go with him to church, and just as soon as he had left, she went into the sitting-room in high disgust, saying, "What made dat nigger tell me a lie like dat? Tut, tut, tut." She cut him ever after, saying she wouldn't keep company with a liar, even if he was from the South. Aunt Tishy was a good woman, and had some old-time notions. As a cook she was discounted a little by the fact that she used tobacco, and when it got into the gravy it was not improving to its flavor. Uncle Joe was in his glory at a dinner party, where he could wait on the guests, give droll answers to the remarks made to call him out, and enliven the feast by his inimitable and catching laugh. In a certain circle no occasion of the sort was considered complete without his presence. There was no such thing as dullness when he was about. His peculiar wit or his simplicity was brought out at a dinner party one day at Dr. Bascom's. There was a large gathering of the leading families of San Jose and vicinity, and Uncle Joe was there in his jolliest mood. Mrs. Bascom, whose wit was then the quickest and keenest in all California, presided, and enough good things were said to have made a reputation for Sidney Smith or Douglas Jerrold. Mrs. Bascom, herself a Virginian by extraction, had engaged in a laughing colloquy with Uncle Joe, who stood near the head of the table, waving a bunch of peacock's feathers to keep off the flies. "Missus, who is your kinfolks back dar in Virginia, anyway?" The names of several were mentioned. "Why, dem's big folks," said Uncle Joe. "Yes," said she laughingly, "I belong to the first families of Virginia." "I don't know 'bout dat, missus. I was dar long 'fore you was, and I don't 'long to de first families." He looked at it from a chronological rather than a genealogical standpoint, and strange to say, the familiar phrase had never been heard by him before. Uncle Joe joined the church. He was sincere in his profession. The proof was found in the fact that he quit dancing. No more pigeon wings, double shuffles, or breakdowns for him. He was a professor. He was often tempted by the offer of coin, but he stood firm. "No, sah, I's done dancing, and don't want to be discommunicated from de church," he would say good-naturedly, as he shied off, taking himself away from temptation. A very high degree of spirituality would hardly be expected from Uncle Joe at that late day, but he was a Christian after a pattern of his own, kind-hearted, grateful, simple-minded, and full of good humor. His strength gradually declined, and he was taken to the county hospital, where his patience and cheerfulness conciliated and elicited kind treatment from everybody. His memories went back to old Virginia, and his hopes looked up to the heaven of which his notions were as simple as those of a little child. In the simplicity of a child's faith he had come to Jesus, and I doubt not was numbered among his little ones. Among the innumerable company that shall be gathered on Mount Zion from every kindred, tribe, and tongue, I hope to meet my humble friend, Uncle Joe. End of Chapter 57. End of California Sketches by Oscar Penn Fitzgerald.